9 o'clock. Good morning. The more, the more astute among you may have noticed that your access to the Squiz database of submissions is broken currently, which makes this point of the meeting discussing and raising issues from submissions somewhat difficult. So, having reconvened the meeting, I will now adjourn the meeting, or ask to adjourn the meeting until such time as that we are able to access the submissions database, which will make the next part of this meeting easier to manage. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. And now it works. Item 15, a community engagement summary for the 10-year plan. Mr. West and Ms. Ballantyne, welcome. Happy to take questions.
Yeah, I just, depending on the questions, we'll be referring to some of our colleagues' likelihood. So,
Yes, the paper is reasonably broad in scope. Questions, Councillor Laws? Councillor O'Malley?
Not so much on this, but more or less what will we do next in terms of, we often get submissions that come to us that, and we'll be dealing with a whole heap of them in a not too distant future today, that were not in the original consultation document that we then want to consider again later. And not every one of those then gets funded or moved forward. And then often those people will be back again 3 years later with the same submission and there's been no action in between. So how are we going to make sure that we can actually resolve that particular issue?
So, Councillor, if I might, that's why we've presented some material differently this year.
Yeah.
In your what we've called request for new amenities, so item 17. But I think, and we have a plan to capture those and record the items in there by way of a sort of a work program flowing from the LTP, which again we've not done before, to capture those things.
I think that's good, and then the other aspect is in our communications with the community, understanding the whole funding cycle. I think one of the reasons we get these people coming when they do is they are unaware of where they are in the funding cycle. So we'll be following that up too with a communications plan that allows the community to understand how we do this.
I think that the only way to guarantee that work will be in the work plan is by resolution of council. So if there are particular things, and it might be useful to cover this off now. So we'll deal with funding requests, which are reasonably straightforward in terms of things that people have asked for money for. And then the subsequent paper to that, requests for new amenities and projects, it seems like the obvious place for people to raise things that they want to put in the work plan that isn't necessarily dependent on new resources. So when you say 3 years later and the work hasn't been done, I mean, if we want things to be addressed over that 3 year period, that would be the best way of doing that.
It's just that we're now dependent on how good we run the next 4 hours of this meeting determines a work plan for 3 years. I'm saying, does the system allow people to interact in the intervening 3 year period? Will we develop a system that allows people to interact during the 3 year period so that as we get to the 24-34 plan, these people have actually learnt a lot about where we are, how we operate, where they fit, so that our consultation document is a little bit more robust when it comes to community feedback coming into it.
Look, I think this year we've tried a range of things, partly because of initiatives of this council around pre-engagement, which we hadn't done to the same degree. We've tried a different approach to engagement with the community more broadly, and we will try, I think, to build internally a better approach to how we deal with the long-term plan, because we should almost be starting next year's long-term plan now. And we have a corporate planner role re-established, that's Sharon's role, that we didn't have for the last long-term plan. And so we will look at it and we'll take that on board, but we haven't done the work to think about what it will look like, but it's certainly front and centre. And one of the reasons we will do a hot debrief with staff and councillors following this process, so we can build on the good things and look at what we can improve.
I think that's exactly the answer I was looking for. Thanks.
Thank you. In the past years, we have had a bit of a tally and looked at things as we went along. And I was just wondering what the budget is that...
It's in the paper. In the overarching report, it speaks to how much money is unallocated within the 9.8% and within the financial strategy. It's roughly 600k versus roughly 900 and something.
If I refer you to, it was my report on day
Yeah.
1, page 27, and it's in the report as well.
Yeah.
And Carolyn is here, and she's keeping a running tally of what the impact of your decisions are on the budget and on rates, and that's why we passed that initial resolution at the very start, so that if you decide that the weight of all of your decisions is such that you think you want to change some of them, then you have that ability at this meeting.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, bringing it back from funding and actually talking to the community engagement summary, Ms Ballantyne, Mr West, it's my feedback personally on this document from the public was overwhelmingly positive. Was that the feedback you guys received both internally and externally?
It's hard to pick. I mean, there was some feedback that some of the questions were fairly general and hard to answer, but there was also quite a lot of feedback that I personally received on the community events, that people did like the layout and the clarity of that document.
And probably a question to the CEO. In terms of the outreach, I think we did really well trying to cover all bases. You never will do it all. Do you feel that the way we ran it in terms of having senior staff there and just the needs tweaking for next time? Was there any learnings out of that?
But well, I'd rather wait till we've had the review and got the feedback from everyone before I, give you my opinion on that.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe worship, tēnā kōrua. I have two questions. The first one relates to point 8 on targeted engagement, and thank you for the detail that you went into for this report. And I'm just wondering, for the targeted engagement, did we keep track of the numbers of people who attended the hui? Because I know for Pacifica submissions there was only 12, but there was more than 12 people that attended the consultation hui.
My understanding is that we do have those figures, yes, but I can clarify that for you.
And my second question relates to the description of 62% as low. Now that's in the third quartile, so I'm not a statistician, but why would we call that low if it's more than 50%?
Is that around the suburb? Numbers of people?
I think Councillor was also concerned about the potential accuracy of it as well. So, I mean, that may be information we can share as we do the further investigation and see how it went.
Sorry. So the difference between 2018 and 2021 is 472 submissions. Is that an upward trend? As we improve our consultation and engagement process, are we going to see that rise, in your opinion?
Well, I think the increase in submissions is a reflection possibly of the number of events and types of events we held this year. And I guess the measure of success on consultation will be something we want to develop so that we can be clear on what good looks like in future.
And I also think that the changing way that our submissions came in was really interesting, and the amount of engagement we had in various other forms of media we do need to be mindful of for the next process.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. You may not be able to answer this, but on page 219 it gives the breakdown per age group. It was my impression that there were a larger number of young people aged between 21 and 30 who responded this time. Am I correct? Do you have a comparative figure with the previous long-term plan?
No, we didn't collect that at the last long-term plan, so it's hard for us to compare. All I would say is the data we have from this time will stand us in good stead for next time and making those sort of comparisons.
Excellent, thank you.
It was one of the initiatives this time was to start collecting that data so we could begin to look at where our submitters were coming from.
And presumably, would that be to guide the way we get feedback or the way we engage with people? If there are gaps, in other words.
Yeah, it identifies gaps.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Just on page 225, under transport, I was just wondering, the Tunnels Trust got 89 submissions, and one from a community board and one from the Green Island Community Place-Based Group, but it's not mentioned in the transport summary. So so it was quite a huge proportion in there.
Sorry, what page was that, Councillor?
Oh,
226?
Oh, sorry, 226.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering where that was captured.
I would have to go back and ask that question because I'm not over the transport.
That's okay. That's all right.
Even Simon will be able to answer that.
Councillor Reddick.
Yeah, I'd like to commend the team for the results that we see on page 219, how closely the submissions follow or are aligned with the demographics of the population. Now, has that always been the case? Is there any data on previous long-term plans, how well the submissions followed the age demographics and the ethnic demography of our population? Because I think that's quite remarkable how close that is.
No, excuse me. No, Councillor, it's the first time we've collected a lot of this data in this detail, and that will, as I say, stand us in good stead for making comparisons in the future.
Absolutely, so congratulations. Thank you.
Hard to match the demographics for not specified though. Well, we can't make people answer the question, but Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. My question was kind of following on from that 17% were not specified, which is nearly a fifth of them. I just wonder whether, because I was at the university one when there were dumplings for submissions and it was very, very busy, and I just wonder whether that was an outlier of the numbers of people submitting on those days and whether that could be tracked.
Yeah, I can't answer that question.
So you don't have the numbers of submission that came, the submissions that came in each day?
I'll clarify my answer. I can't answer that today.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not sure whether we can actually answer it, but I will certainly try and find that out for you if you'd like to.
Yeah, I had some concerns around that because I was there during one of those days and there was a lot of filling them in 10 minutes to get a sticker, to get a dumpling, and I don't necessarily think that there was a lot of understanding about what the repercussions were of some of the
We did
questions.
pull those out, didn't we?
I think we probably can. It's just that I can't answer it right now.
And so unfortunately Sharon isn't here, but we pulled those out and did a separate analysis on them to check if they were at odds. But she's unfortunately on bereavement leave, and so I don't have that in front of me.
Councillor Vanderwas.
I find it interesting that you've collected the age and ethnicity of submitters, but not the sex. If you're going to pigeonhole people, as this seems to suggest, why is it that you just took 2 out of the usual 3 pigeonholes?
I'm not sure if it was on. Does anyone have the consultation document in front of them? Then I don't know why that decision was made, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Raddick.
Straight away. Look at that. We've just heard some anecdotal evidence how much the provision of dumplings influenced
Councillor,
participation.
we're not getting into a debate about how informed or otherwise various submissions were.
Pardon? I haven't asked my question yet.
I'll carry on.
Is there any plan to have dumplings or such similar participatory mechanism included in various other communities in future annual or long-term plan community submission processes? Because I did conduct a small experiment at Green Island and found it very successful to aid community engagement at that one facility on that one occasion. But of course, that's just a little experiment. So is there any plan going forward to have similar mechanisms in place throughout our community?
Councillor, as I said, we are going to do a review of this process. And so following that review, we'll look at what worked, what didn't, and what we might like to change for the next one.
It's probably worth mentioning also that the catering on that occasion was an initiative of the Students' Association, not of council.
Well, similarly, it was private catering at Green Island.
I'm very generous of you.
And a further question to that, is there any, other than the two anecdotes we've heard today, is there any evidence on any data gathered on the number of the quantum of increased submission participation from those two initiatives?
No.
As always, correlation isn't causation. Any other questions? Councillor Elder.
There were a number of other consultations that did have food associated with them, related to Mata, Waka, Pacific Island, Community Hui, and the Tangata Whenua submissions, is that right, or consultations?
Yes, that's correct.
And how did you feel that went as well?
Councillor, as I've said, we're going to look at what worked and what didn't. And in some cases there are cultural reasons why it's really appropriate that we share kai.
Yes, I was going to say.
And so I think we just need to wait until we get to the review of the process, look at what worked, what didn't, and then see if we do want to make changes or not for the next time we consult with our community.
I just feel in lots of circumstances food...
Councillor, you can get to that in debate.
Okay.
I'm going to move the recommendations. Seconded Councillor Gary. And nothing really to add other than my thanks to staff for their efforts and to elected members. Actually, it's an incredibly human resource intensive activity, undertaking something on this scale for something as significant as our 10-year plan meeting. So I just wanted to pass on my thanks to everyone involved, from the design team to all of the senior staff who made room in their busy schedules to be able to assist in the work that we were doing out in the community. So thank you for that. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just on the back of that, I just also want to pass on thanks to all the staff who were involved, and that includes a lot of ELT and everyone else actually who attended the various community events. I think it was tremendously successful. I certainly enjoyed my time there, although I think I was probably one of the few councillors who had to run away from an angry submitter, but that's what this is all about. Also, thanks very much for the very comprehensive breakdown in this document, which I think really covers off the vast array of sort of multifarious feedback topics that emanated from our good public. And I, as I mentioned earlier, I personally think this was a fantastic effort, and even my wife, who is an associate professor in psychology, thought this was a tremendously user-friendly document. That's saying something. And also thanks, I guess, ultimately to all the members of the public who made the effort to come and be part of the conversation and feeding into, ultimately, hopefully, what is the future of us. Thank you.
Councillor Van Der Bos.
I'm pleased to hear that it was OUSA that paid for the dumplings down at the university. They were particularly delicious, and thank you. I got to eat a fair number of them on account of the fact that very few students actually showed up. There were more staff and counsellors there than there were students at the time that I was there. Similarly, when I was at the Mosgiel Library, again, many more staff than there were members of the public coming to talk to us. So although there were some very good interactive interactions during this process, those staged events with a lot of staff, especially senior staff at places like the library and the university, I believe were largely a waste of time. The South Dunedin experience was a bit different. There was a lot of people that came to the South Dunedin Fair basically because there was a lot more going on there than just us. And we were able to speak to quite a variety of people down there. But again, if you looked at the numbers of people that were attending the ORC or DCC stand and compared this with the numbers that were lining up to buy falafels, the falafels were winning by a long chalk. I wonder whether it is useful to collect the data regarding age, ethnicity or sex on submitters. To me, this is an invitation basically to pigeonhole people, and although it may be of some interest to see how our advertising is affecting various demographics in terms of who we manage to get to come and consult with us, I'm not sure that collecting a lot of this data actually helps. I think the data that we really should be looking at is the data that is available in the submissions of people themselves, whoever they are, whatever race, sex or age they are. And again, if we look at, for instance, the contrast between what our consultant had to say about parking and what the data actually says, where of 172 submissions, 169 of them said there wasn't enough parking in the town. Obviously, we can write all these submissions off as people having jaundiced perceptions, but it's these people that I believe, the people of Dunedin, with their jaundiced perceptions, if in fact they are just perceptions, it's these people that we here should be representing, and not the opinions of some bought-in consultant paid to provide the answers that seem to be required. I'm not sure whether the consultation has actually been a lot more successful than in the past. The document was certainly much clearer, very attractively presented, and there was a lot of opportunity for people to feed back on it. But if I look at the feedback that we received, I recognised a lot of the names of people that have always been the people that showed up to submit. We have a small, very small pool of people who regularly are here to be activists or to submit on things, and I believe that as councillors we should lean heavily on our personal interactions with a lot of people outside of the consultation side to get a real feel of where most of the people of Dunedin are at in terms of their opinions and what they would like us to do, because the consultation process is very filtering and gets essentially the same people pushing the same issues every year. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Well, I want to congratulate the staff for this amazing document. I asked for, a lot of people asked for simple language, and we got that. a lot of people asked for diagrams and descriptions so that they could understand some of the concepts, and they got that. They got an online version. They had so many different medias that they could go through, and we made it easier for them. And I particularly am proud of the disability community who asked for this to happen, and they were heard. The disability hui was particularly successful, with probably about, I'd say 40 people there, which is really phenomenal. And that's because of the outreach that was extended. And thinking about food, actually quite a few places did have food, and culturally and socially, food is a really good way to sit around and discuss things. So I'm not against food being at places. I believe it enhances the consultation a lot, and so I'm fully supportive of this. When it comes to pigeonholing, I'm not a pigeonhole, none of us are pigeonholes. I really applaud the breaking down of the demographics, because one of the things that I've been concerned about is we need to engage with our minorities, and we need to engage with mana whenua, mata waka, the Pacific Island community, the disability community. The more we reach out, the better this document represents the whole of the city. So I really applaud the tracking, and maybe next time we could do male and female, but I think, as Jules Raddick said, it actually shows an improvement and good engagement, but of course we can always do better. So I really think this document is something we can be proud of, and actually last time we did the consultation, we won a prize for the best consultation document. So I'm hoping that we put our hand up for this again.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I guess the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and submissions were up 18% from the last LTP. So I do congratulate, that was a food thing again, sorry. I do congratulate staff on making this work a lot better. We obviously had issues and concern around the delivery of the document to people's mailboxes. We certainly heard a lot about that. I attended most of the engagement. I counted up 10 that I attended, and I found them very valuable. Sometimes there are a lot of people, some not so many. The best one I found was the Pacifica hui, and when we stick a label like Pacifica on, we're actually talking about parents, we're talking about disabled and elderly people. So it was great to sit down for around 3 hours and actually talk to those people about their concerns in the community, and I found that really invaluable. I also found standing in the library very invaluable as well as having senior staff there. There's been comment about senior staff being used at these, but they had in-depth knowledge of a lot of the projects that we were looking at, so it was wonderful to be able to hand petitioners or submitters on to staff there that were actually able to ask the technical questions. I thought the seeds were a great idea, as starting to get people to start those conversations with us as well. I certainly think this was a lot better consultation than I've seen previously.
Thank you. Councillor Raddick.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to echo those comments and congratulate all of the staff for the great effort that was put into this consultation, not only in the production of the document, which I think a great many residents found very attractive and usable and nice and simple to fill out, and a great many people came along to those consultation events. However, I feel we could have a whole lot more people come if we had that food offering at the time, and that was well publicised, because those events that did have the food offering did get a lot more engagement, certainly from my observation. And having that food interaction with people also made the events a lot more fun. And I think that would have made a significant difference at the South Dunedin event, because there were a great many people there. But just having that little excuse to stop and engage would have engaged a great deal more of the passing parade of people that came there, rather than just those ones who were interested. So I did find, and I'd like to congratulate the Saddle Hill Community Board for shifting their engagement location from the surf club, which had been on the beach at Brighton, which would have been quite isolated, and people would have had to have made a special trip to get to that spot. And I did notice whilst I was at the library that not many people, nobody that I observed made the special trip to engage. It was only just a few people walking past, and not so many were interested in engaging. Whereas with the Saddle Hill event, we moved it to the supermarket at Green Island, and that was fantastic because you get a great number of people going past, and a good deal of, there was a continual stream of people who stopped to have a chat and discuss the document. So, and a great many people then filled in submissions while they were there. Many of them took note of where to do it online, and there was several that filled out with pen and paper a submission and made it right there on the spot. I would note that the community engagement, whilst it is a good number and an increase on last time, it's still only about 2% of the population. So this is not the whole story as far as what our population thinks. So we need a range of mechanisms to engage with the population and things to take note of as we sit here and make our decisions. This is not the only thing. Our residents' opinion survey is a very much broader and more deeply reaching method of measurement. And similarly, we have their quality of life survey, which also gives us a much stronger indication of what the general population of Dunedin think about life here and what they would like us to do about it. So I think that is quite significant. And just in terms of the demographics, once again, I'd like to note that I think the demographics that were reached during this engagement survey are very closely match what the population of Dunedin is. So I think the staff and the team that put all this together are to be congratulated once again for being able to reach that full cross-section of the population and get a little microcosm of what certain people interested enough are thinking. So I think it's appropriate to put in the gender question as well for future reference, because it's important that we have that demographic information, 3 elements of the demographic information, just to check that we are accurate in that sample of the population. So well done to the team for achieving an excellent result with a lot of good feedback.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I'll just be brief. I just wanted to say, as a councillor who had voted for more engagement, I think as Councillor Barker said, the results show that we did get more numbers, which is great. But even like Councillor Vandervis said, at some events there weren't many people, and that is correct because I was at quite a few of them around the city. I think what it did though is give the perception, it showed that we're available and that we're open and we were there to listen. And I think that says a lot for the, governance of the city. And people did come up and approach us and chat. And some of those people said to me, because I won't submit, but they were opening up and telling us some of their concerns. So I think there are perhaps people who might not obviously submit, but they felt like they were heard. And the perception, I hope, in the city is that we were out, because we were out everywhere, is that we were available and open to listen.
Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to say that this is in my opinion, better than last time, and last time was better than the time before that. And that we're basically going through a series of continued improvements. The idea that any one methodology will work and that would be the only one is why that didn't work in the past. We've used many different methods to move forward with engaging with our community. And I really do encourage councillors to look at what we've done as opposed to try to pick apart what they think we haven't done and talk negatively. The reason we went and got demographic data was not to pigeonhole people, it was to make sure that we weren't missing people. That was why it was there. I also wanted to make one other comment. The community boards were actually well engaged with this time, and there will be a continuing improvement again in how we engage with them. I think every time we do this, it's better than the last time, and I'm heartened to hear that the CEO is going to give us a report on what we will do next. So, well done, staff. I think it has influenced the last 3 days. In terms of the decisions we make, because your real assessment of whether your consultation has worked or not. Councillor van der Vis, you are one of the most negative people I know. Anyway, the reason that whether it worked or not...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor van der Vis.
I don't believe it's appropriate under standing orders for Councillor O'Malley to make derogatory remarks about another councillor. It flies in the face of a number of the requirements for decorum.
Which?
The respect for other council members, just
Councillor,
for starters.
Councillor, I'm not going to uphold the point of order.
You're not going to uphold another point of order, Your Worship?
No, it's hard to see.
Surprise, surprise.
It's hard to see the untruth.
Well, well, well.
3 holes in the ground.
Yeah, well, if you're not going to do your job, I don't know why we bother trying to do it.
Councillor, as... Because that's not...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Benson Pope.
I mean, that little outburst from someone who often flouts standing orders is totally unacceptable, and I think the councillor needs to withdraw and apologise.
I don't feel capable of ruling on a point of order around behaviour directed at myself, but I will adjourn the meeting and defer to the Deputy Mayor who can rule on it on my behalf. So I'll move that we adjourn the meeting. Seconded Councillor Staines. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed.
Have you ruled on the point of order regarding me being called the most negative person that Councillor O'Malley has ever met?
And I ruled not to uphold the point of order, which triggered the pantomime that we saw here.
I'm ruling on the point of order that Councillor Benson Pope made. I'm not going to uphold the point of order, but I am going to remind all colleagues about behaviour and also about the standing orders in relation to following the direction of the chair. When the chair makes a decision, that is it. So that is my decision. Handing back to the Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship, and I apologise for commenting to Councillor van der Vis by not going through the chair and not recognising your role as the chair of this meeting. I would also like to say I would hope that we act in a professional manner as we go forward and recognise our roles and responsibilities as a community that elected us, and that includes making facial movements, laughing while other people speak, snorting while other people speak. We need to behave more professionally inside this chamber, and I apologise for my losing my control and directly interacting with Councillor Vandervis. I have pretty much lost my train of thought as to what I was saying because of this interaction, and I want to really just finish with saying we have a responsibility to the ratepayer to behave better inside this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate the support. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I concur with comments around the document. I particularly want to draw attention to a group of design students who rocked up to the Polytech stand and were so excited because of the design of this document. So we've heard about the plain English, and I wouldn't like anyone to think that the last one wasn't a huge change from previously and won a plain English award, but this one is a step up again and was greatly appreciated by members of the community. So full marks to the graphic team. I want to draw attention particularly to the staff's hard work. There's been many accolades to them, but they were professional at all times through this long-term plan process and getting the community feedback, and I heard around the table a great appreciation for the information that they were able to impart at those. Whether it be somebody wanting to come and talk about in fact 2GP matters which didn't fit with this, or a pothole outside their door, to some of the big issues. And I think we can judge the success of this community engagement by the fact that what I would call everyday people, ordinary citizens who felt comfortable and wanted to engage with the process and felt comfortable to come along to the hearings, because that can be quite an intimidating experience. But I saw many people who this was their first time making a submission. We always get organisations and they tend to be fairly familiar with the process, but I was really heartened by the number of everyday people who came to talk about their particular issue. I just wanted to particularly mention two staff members. I know that there was a big team and it's always difficult, but Sean, who left us partway through this process, in the early part of the process, he came along to some groups that I was involved with and appreciated the work that he did. And Sharon, leading the team, did an outstanding job. So thank you to staff, but I also just want to say thank you to colleagues. It was a real pleasure to work with colleagues, a variety of colleagues in many different situations to engage with the public, and it was great to have a great showing. So thank you for the time that you spent involved in this really important part of the process. It's the most important thing we do, in fact, I believe, is the long-term process, a long-term plan process. So thank you for the time you spent, and for all of those members of our community who took the time to get involved, for many the first time.
Thank you, Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I would just like to record my thanks to staff, the CE and her team, who have been all over this and have worked hard through Christmas on this whole process. And I would just like to support and endorse Councillor Elder's remarks about food and the provision of it. We live in Polynesia, and one of the most important principles and values is the provision of hospitality. So if it's your meeting, you're responsible for making sure the people are cared for. And I'd just like to endorse Councillor O'Malley's remarks about pigeonholing. We are not pigeonholing people. We are ensuring that we are reaching every part of our community to talk about our plans and our shared future. And that means people need to be in the room. I would just point out as well, for the future consideration of the Chief Executive in terms of process, I was very willing to support staff to organise the Pasifika consultation, and from talking with various leaders in the community, they did point out that it's our hui, so to their way of operating and worldview, we should host it here for Pasifika. And that's why I tried initially for the forward room, because if you're the pulenu'u, if you're the leader, the mayor, then you host it at your place. And then and for, I think, Mātā Waka, although it's good to go to the marae, it's also good to maybe dialogue with them. Because what I hoped is that if we came to the forward room, we could also give a mini tour to the people, say this is where we do our work on your behalf. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Wari.
Thank you. I'd like to echo many of the sentiments already said around the table. I also want to follow up on Councillor O'Malley's comment around the impact of the community boards in this process. I feel there was a lot more engagement with the community, especially in the community board areas. There were a lot more meetings held, a lot more new faces turning up to a lot of these engagement sessions, and not all of them were run with DCC staff. The community boards actually took on the role of leading a few of these meetings. I attended 2 extra meetings that were held by the community board at Harwood and Tomahawk, and we saw submissions and engagement from those communities especially. But I think, it was great to see new faces turning up, and I think that's the important part. It shows me that we had traction. And I think when we look at the diversity of submissions, input, comments, I think is quite heartening to see that we actually did get solid reach, and I look forward to seeing the review in the future. Thank you.
Further speakers? In response, I just want to endorse the comments that have been made around leaning on local knowledge as we design these processes in the future, where historically government at all levels isn't particularly good at having conversations with people on their own turf and on their own terms, and while we are getting better at that, I distinctly remember 3 years ago Councillor Walker sitting alone in the Rolfe room at the Port Chalmers Library where nobody came because nobody goes there, but that was where the event was, and we talked to ourselves and the value of kind of hijacking existing events, as we did in the case of the South Dunedin Street Festival. And if you thought it was difficult engaging people on the 10-year plan at the South Dunedin Street Festival, please spare a thought for Claire Sullivan, who was there nobly trying to generate interest in the representation review process. And just a comment on demographics. I think it's incredibly important to know how representative our sample, our submissions are on a process like this. And while, yes, it does largely mirror how the city is structured for people aged 30 and over, there's still a yawning gap in the feedback that we get. It's improving, and certainly both in terms of written submissions and oral submissions, we've had far more younger people participating in this process than we have had historically, but there's still work to do in terms of making sure that the breadth of experience and perspectives that our community has is provided as input into debates like this. And I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Agreed. Thank you. Here we go. Item 16, 10-year plan funding requests. Mr. Logie and Ms. Graham is joining him. Councillors, are there any questions of staff of the report itself? Oh, sorry, by way of introduction, welcome.
Thank you. If I might just say to councillors that with this report we have attempted to capture funding requests. And so if there are omissions, it's not because there's nothing deliberate, but it was a difficult task identifying what was and wasn't a funding request. And so there was an element of judgment. So if you find other things, you should raise them so that they can be considered.
Thank you. Questions on the... Well, questions of either process or of the covering report would be helpful at this point. Councillor O'Malley and then Councillor Barker.
It is a process question. Everything up to this point in our deliberations has been accompanied by a staff report and sits in with a strategy. And obviously these have come to us during the consultation period after the preparation of the consultation document. Is it fair to say then, what's the relationship now between these requests and the strategies and our planning of spending versus these ones which have come in now? I guess my question is leaning towards, do these sit out there by themselves and actually do not, while they may be related to a strategy, they have come in at a time after we've done the consolidated budget, and therefore are they aligned? Well, I don't want to say are they aligned. Have we had an opportunity? How do we have the opportunity to assess their alignment?
Well, so staff have provided comment, but the entire point of the 10-year plan consultation is to get feedback like this from the community. So in terms of our LGA responsibilities, it aligns perfectly. It's for councillors to assess where some of these requests fit within their priorities, and staff, as I said, have provided commentary that we've been able to about each of them.
And I guess that's okay. That's helping with to refine my question, which is a couple of times I had mentioned to people, are you thinking of the 24-34 long-term plan versus the 21-31 long-term plan? How, in meeting our LGA requirements and also probably our audit requirements to some extent, well, we'll balance that with our rates. Is there a mechanism where, as we refine the long-term plan consultation process, people are aware of our funding cycles so that we don't engage with them 6 to 8 weeks out before a funding decision? We engage with them earlier so that they are appropriately interfacing with the system, because I'm concerned that we get this very large, I mean it's quite a large number sitting here, and we deal with it almost in a method that we don't deal with the rest of the long-term plan. We
did pre-engagement this year, where we did explain to folk the funding cycle as part of that. And as I said, we will look at how we deliver the next long-term plan earlier, and so that is something we can look at considering. But these requests are legitimate requests from the community following a consultation process that has been fully audited in line with our LGA requirements.
Can I ask a similar question? Don't be nervous. It's about, I mean, I think one of the concerns that Councillor O'Malley has, if I'm interpreting his questions right, is one around the significance of decisions. So certainly staff would be direct in their feedback if they believe that a decision we were about to make would be in breach of our significance and engagement policy, which is an audit risk.
Yes.
Yeah, great, thank you. Councillor Barker.
I just want to clarify what I thought that I heard the CEO say earlier, that there was $600,000 unallocated in the budget. Is that correct?
Slightly more.
When we did the overarching report, there was a number in there of $670,000, which is available should the council wish to maintain the same level of operating surplus. Obviously, some of that money could drop to the operating surplus, so again, that's a decision for council as to what they do with that money.
So that number's equivalent to around 0.4% of a rates rise, is that correct?
Yep. So just to clarify, and this is a question that gets asked quite often, $163,000 in year one is 0.1%, $1 million is about 0.6%. Yep. Yep.
That money in the overarching report is within the 9.8%.
Oh, I just really want a clarification, because I spent quite a lot of hours looking through these papers yesterday and last night, and I didn't see any mention that there was an amount of wiggle room, so to speak.
It's in the overarching report to these papers, so in my report. So
what page is that?
So I'm just finding it for you now. So hang on. Page 27.
And remembering that we have refined the budget over the period of the consultation, where we've worked through the finding of the $4 million saving and where we're going to apply that. So we found a little bit more savings, which has effectively generated that additional money. So it's post what we did in terms of the pre-consultation in January.
So we could decide not to allocate it and not have a higher rate, not have a 9.8% rates rise, is that correct?
Correct. Those are the two options. Oh, two of the options.
And just for clarity, the financial strategy has 10% rates increase in year one, so up to a limit of 10%. And so should councillors wish to make rates higher, that money is available. Just for clarity, I'm not suggesting that as an option, but so that everyone is aware of the options that are available.
Because anything beyond that would require an amendment to the financial strategy, which we can't do at this point, ultimately.
Well, no, we can.
Oh.
So we can to a point, and that's when significance would come in. Okay. And so that, depending on, you couldn't put it to 20%, for example, but as an amount, say, and I'm making this up, but say 10.5 probably would be all right, and provided the years 2 to 9 were managed within the strategy.
Thank you. Councillor Walker. Oh, sorry. Was that the extent of your... Try not to cut people off, sorry.
Yep, thank you. It's as the chair of the meeting, Your Worship, it might be more of a question to you, and I probably ask this on behalf of the newly elected members who haven't been here before. Is your intention to go systematically from 1 to 56? And I ask that primarily in the context of managing conflicts. So I just wondered how...
Probably not. I will take resolutions as drafted by members to, because, you know, rather than going line by line through the spreadsheet, because it also acknowledges, as the Chief Executive has mentioned, that there may be things that are missing from that list that others have picked up. So we'll just take them as they are raised, and people can manage their conflicts accordingly. Sorry, I can't schedule people's breaks. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Wish. Just a question that might apply to this, but also certainly applies to the next paper in terms of staff responses. There are a number of occasions when whatever's been requested is not our business. Such, you know, it might be it's an issue for Waka Kotahi or it's the ORC or something. When that comment is communicated to people, do we also pass on the concern that has been raised to us with, or inform the other body that a concern has been raised? I mean, the concern in the submission about the Ellington danger turn into Ellington on the highway is a good example. It's not our business, but do we communicate with Waka Kotahi that that concern has been raised with us?
I'm sure for something that's a safety matter we have, but as a matter of process, we haven't historically gone back individually to submitters with comments.
I think the question is, do we forward those comments onto the relevant agency?
I don't know, and as I say, with a safety matter, I'm sure that we would have, but routinely, I'm not sure, and I would have to find out.
Okay, right, thank you.
Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā kōrua. Thank you both. Ms Graham, you said, I think in response to Councillor Malley's question about process and possible delivery of, is it the consultation plan for 2024-34 earlier? Is that correct?
What we're going to do is start developing the 10-year plan a lot earlier. So we did it a year out last time. My view is that almost, and as much as I hate to say it, that as soon as we get this one to bed, we need to start the next one, albeit with a lighter touch in the first year or two.
Councillor Gary.
Yeah, just following up on the question that Councillor Benson-Pope asked, and forgive me if you think you've already answered this. If people have come to us about something that isn't our responsibility, in some cases they've missed the opportunity to resubmit it to the correct organisation. If we aren't going to pass it on, will we tell them will we advise them they need to submit in some way or advise that agency? which is different to us passing it on.
Councillor, I don't have the answer to that question, but my sense is that we haven't done that.
My second question, sorry, Your Worship, was at what point do you wish us to move? Some motions have been put through to the GSOs. How do you want to handle that?
It would appear it's all on for young and old now, wouldn't it? I think some things have been, and I think the easiest way is just to deal with things in the order in which they are received. So I would encourage people to be drafting things if they were of a mind to raise them. Do we have any further questions of the process or of the covering report before we get to that? Councillor Houlihan.
If we send through a motion, and given some of us are first termers and might not be advanced in our motion making processes, and Sandy's, the CEO, is quite busy, can we have a minute prior to it going up to get, to have a look at and a quick discussion, because that opportunity hasn't been able to be had? Because otherwise the motion will probably fail if it's not, not appropriate.
Yeah, it's a good question, and generally I'm happy to help too, but it's hard to do that and chair a meeting at the same time. I'm comfortable calling adjournments to the meeting for
it might only be
minutes.
a second,
Yeah,
just to get a tick,
I think that's a tidier way of managing it rather than us trying to do it by committee.
Okay.
So if at any point, if people, at a natural point in proceedings,
yes.
Want to ask for an adjournment in order to discuss something, then I'm entirely comfortable with that. So that would be my recommendation.
So is your advice, if we have a motion, to send it through to that email that we've been sent, and then when the item comes up, to then ask for a quick adjournment if we need it, to get governance just to have a quick look over it? Is that the best way to handle that?
Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to do it. Have a crack at it, and we can take advice. Appreciating that we are down on staff resource in this area for this process. So just send it through to whoever's sitting at this desk is currently Lauren.
Send it to that governance.
There's the email address is conveniently on the back, which is problematic, Councillor Lord, but on the back of your nameplate. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Who's first? Oh, sorry, questions. Councillor Elder. Use your microphone, please.
I've sent something through to Lauren. Is that all right for governance support? That's all.
You do need to send them through, councillors, to that governance support email, because multiple eyes can see that. Because Lauren also has a role capturing minutes and I'm on the governance support one as well. So if you could resend it.
Yeah, I can do that.
Councillor Raddick.
There is the odd submission that is not looking for money, but is looking for, I suppose, a notional request. And I speak in particular of Otago Cricket, looking for permission to build on Tahuna Park.
Just like I said, I would ask, and people will be able to, I'm assuming, I can't speak on behalf of the Chief Executive, but people will be able to ask staff questions of anything that they were proposing on the way through the meeting. But I would, my preference is to deal with explicit requests for funding or allocations of funding in this instance, and things where we're asking for, I don't know, things like that, or we're asking for permission or asking for work to be done on something is better dealt with through in item 17, requests for new amenities and projects. So that's kind of everything else basically that doesn't require additional funding or changes to the budget.
Yes, that is addressing the exact question really, because this.
So you're comfortable?
Otago Cricket's in this lot, but we can.
Yeah, so item 17 would be when we deal with those things. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Just a question of process, and I think I know the answer to it, and I'll just give an example, and one of you can give the answer. So one of us puts a motion for Joe Smith, who wants 10k for a skate park. The motion's put and lost. Can somebody subsequently move that Joe Smith gets 5k for a skate park?
I think so. I mean, there are standing orders around being able to raise the same issue at the same meeting after a resolution has been lost, but we've also passed an overarching resolution that means that anything can be revisited. So, or you could, I mean, that would, all of those options are available to you. Yeah, that's okay. Ready to go. Who's first? It's like Christmas.
Okay. Yep, no, that's cool, thanks.
Just dealing with them as they've been received, so as long as, I mean, that seems sensible.
There are a range of them, we'll just find them as we go. Carolyn, will keep track of this.
Do you have a question, Councillor?
Yes, I do.
I can sense one coming.
Could I ask, when someone is asking for, should I give an example of the, or not? Or
Might be easier.
so with the gymnasium, where they've got issues with the, what's it called? The building, Caledonian, thank you, with the Caledonian. If you wanted to support that, but how do you put the price? Because without budgeting and assessing what needs to be done, I have no idea what price to put for that.
Yeah, and I've been thinking about gymnastics in particular.
Yes.
What you could do under item 17 is draft a resolution that asks staff to work with Sport Otago and the gymnastics club to get a better understanding of what their needs would be to inform future budgets, as opposed to trying to make up a figure, which is your question, because we don't know based on those submissions necessarily what the answer might be.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Okay, it's been suggested to me in the interests of efficiency that taking some time now to give guidance to members on their drafting might save us a stitch in time, etc. So rather than get started and then adjourn for morning tea, I'll move that we break now and come back at 11:15. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. So I'll call the meeting back to order. Something resembling 713 resolutions have been proposed at this point. We'll start at the top of the list and work our way down. I didn't make appointments for Friday on purpose. Be helpful when, it'd be helpful. Sorry. Who moves? Councillor Gary, is there a seconder? What? Oh, seconded by Councillor Staines. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. There were a number of submissions around grants, and our grants are often oversubscribed, and there are a number of different categories. So, ideally in a perfect world it would be good to increase them all, but that isn't practical in the tight fiscal situation we're in. However, I have chosen this one as the city's service grants to put up a motion to increase it by $40,000 a year and thereafter inflation adjusted, because it financially supports the whole realm of organisations, our key and unique organisations in our city across social, arts, sports, recreation, environmental and heritage organisations. So these are organisations that we consider significantly contribute to the priorities in our council strategies. And so I guess in very basic terms, this would give us best bang for buck if we were choosing one. It's oversubscribed in the last round by $200,000. It's an odd amount. You're probably wondering why 448,100. It's currently 408,100 due to CPI increases pre-2015, but hasn't been inflation increased since. It hasn't been increased since 2015. That's a long time, and yet the need has grown. And this funding is for core operating costs. So to give you a bit of an idea, in the last round, and it goes half to social wellbeing, ones that would fit under the social wellbeing strategy, and the other half to organisations that would fit under Aratoi. So it goes in the last round to the likes of Citizens Advice, Araituru Marae, Multi-Ethnic Council, a number of theatre organisations, Victim Support, Volunteering Otago, Stitch Kitchen, which does a lot of recycling work, and interestingly the Mayfair in the last round. So I would urge councillors to support this as a way of spreading support throughout our community. We've been asked by a lot of individual organisations for funding, but this spreads it across a number of organisations, and $40,000 won't go terribly far, but it is a help, and I would urge you to support this motion.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Vandervis.
The 40,000 extra that you're talking about, do you have any particular area or group in mind that you think it's for, or this is just a general across-the-board 10% increase?
You can ask questions and they can be responded to in reply.
Okay.
Councillor Barker.
As the Mayor said earlier this morning, it's just like Christmas. No, it's not. I will not be supporting this or any other proposed extra budget spend. I cannot support this piecemeal approach to budgeting. I have no idea what other motions are going to be raised, and I'm philosophically opposed to this lolly scramble of a process. We've heard from submitters a wonderful wish list of around $24 million of projects over the next 10 years, many exciting and worthy ideas. I think these are a great step in our conversations with our communities and a good start to engaging with Council on analysing these opportunities, seeking feasibility, Council officer analysis and reports, and judging via targeted community consultation our ratepayers and residents' appetite to take some of these requests further. It seems, as Councillor O'Malley brought up earlier, that many people and organisations don't understand the long-term planning process and come in at the last minute of the 3-year cycle when budgets are all but confirmed to ask Council to spend more without proper cost-benefit outcome analysis. I would encourage all of us at Council to work with groups and individuals to help people understand the decision-making process and the long length of it, to explain that most of the LTP decisions have been in play for many years, from ideation to analysis to socialisation to actual budget lines. I used to talk about council processes being like an elephant baby, gestating 12 months, but I have revised my analogy to New Zealand cicadas, which live as nymphs underground, bubbling out every 3 to 5 years when the conditions are right, as we see in many of our long-term projects. We need to work with our community to lead understanding of these cycles, as many will feel that by coming to the LTP, we will be able to pop a few extra dollars into the plan, but that comes at the cost of rates, and that we need to consult with our ratepayers about. From submissions, one of the top 10 issues was rates affordability. My position last year, which is unchanged, was not to throw in unbudgeted, unanalysed spends, and I was unpleasantly surprised at the random politicised approach to increasing spend here and there, which resulted in more of a rates increase last year during COVID. This year, I'm taking the same tack. I was very surprised to learn today that we have wiggle room in the projected 9.8% rates increase. If anything, my preference is to decrease the rates increase, the largest since 1989. It's gut-wrenching to me to think about agreeing to an amount of this quantum. When I agreed to a ceiling of 10% rates rise, I did not see this as being a target, but as an item of discussion to see what progressive plans we could make for the well-being of our ratepayers and residents. There's $671,000 that staff have found in the budget, which is equivalent to 0.3% of the rates rise. My preference is to allocate this amount to saving ratepayers money and the rates rise to 9.5%, which is still eye-watering. I'm very uncomfortable about the projected rates rise. When we look at current economic conditions and feedback from the community, I am unable to justify nearly 10% rates rise. We're still dealing with the effects of COVID, the New Zealand shutdown, and people are hurting. From the Infometrics March 2021 economic profile, we see that Dunedin's GDP is down 2.7%, consumer spending is down 3.5%, employment down 1.1%, with another 1,000 people on benefits, up 29% from last March. Houses are more unaffordable, with values up over 13%. We have 10% lower average earnings than the rest of New Zealand, with household income $34,000 below the New Zealand average and 10% lower than average earnings than New Zealand. Businesses are hurting. We've heard from them and seen businesses closing, people losing jobs, and the statistics support that our community is hurting. Last year, my speech at this budget planning time concentrated on strategy first as our #1 priority, and I'm delighted that this has been a piece of work put into our priority work stream as the wisest investment we can make into our future. Many times during my short term on council, I have pointed to our lack of focus on our strategies and ensuring that we deliver them. My reasons for not supporting piecemeal spending have always been about and relating to our strategies and long-term goals. As with all councillors, we swore an oath to serve in the best interests of the City of Dunedin, and I cannot support piecemeal spending unsupported by council officer analysis and alignment to our strategies and plans. It's great to have these funding requests from our community, and I will support investigation and analysis of each one, alignment with strategies, prioritisation, and work to ensure that there are good reasons for funding any projects. As one submitter, an ex-mayor, said, it's time for a cup of tea. As Winston Churchill is credited with saying, if we fail to plan, we plan to fail.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I've heard Councillor Barker's issue with this, and nothing personal, but I feel this is a slap in the face to the people who engage with us. We went out, did more engagement, asked them to come forward. We asked them to speak to us about their issues, and to then turn around and say, well, I'm not going to vote for any of these at all. The people have gone to a lot of time, a lot of trouble to voice their concerns, to come in and submit to us, to write in, to engage with us. Then it, to me anyway, it looks like we're saying, we're not going to listen. We've asked you to come, we're not going to listen to you, and we're not going to take any action. So I have said no to a lot of the things over the last 2 days that I haven't supported, and which some of those have gone through, but I've indicated I haven't supported those because I want to keep rates down. I 100% agree with Councillor Barker on that. I think we do need to be very aware, and I think the way we can do that is in our wording of our motions is to, because a very valid point has been raised here, some of these we don't know full costs, and we don't know, we haven't seen staff reports on how they'd work or whether they'd work, but that's where in our motions I believe we can ask for that to happen. So I think part of that is the way you word your motion to put that forward, but I think to leave all these people out and not submit to fund any of these things will be not listening to our community, and that, in my opinion, is going completely against what we've been pushing for, is to have more engagement and to let the communities and the people of Dunedin know that we are listening and we are here where we can to try and help, because while I don't want rates to increase, and that's why I've voted no to quite a few other things, I think a lot of these submissions are from small groups or individuals, and they're people in our community that are really, some of them really hurting, and I would like them to think they've been heard.
Are you speaking in support of or against the motion, Councillor?
Sorry. Yes, well, given...
That's fine. You don't need to go any further. I just need to be clear.
Yeah,
Councillor
thank
O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. And I know that when speaking against this motion, I'm really speaking more generally, and it is fundamentally following up on the kind of words that Councillor Barker is speaking. I'm going to leave my comments on the rates rise till later in the meeting because it's not really in this item, but every time we do one of these, we have a cumulative effect on the operating budget of the council. And my concern really is around both process and to some extent natural justice. We are stepping in and performing effectively operational activities in these items. We're assigning budgets without staff reports. We're assigning them with the movers' speech as it relates to how they feel it sits with the systems. And I completely agree with Councillor Gary's commentary on funding city services grants. My issue really is that standing orders don't allow us to ask and interrogate the idea or the motion, because we are only able to give speeches, and the answer to any questions are only given in a speech, in the response to our speech. And a good example would be in Councillor Gary's speech. She says that this budget has not moved since 2015. Now, if that's the case, we've gone through 2 LTPs and have not addressed it. So my issue really is, I would like item 17 to what is equivalent of this item in the future to modify itself to be a situation where we look at all of these items that have come in, and we do listen to, and we show that we've listened and responded to the submitters in a work request for staff for other budgets in the future. And we need to educate our community in that if you want something, it will not come 6 weeks after you've asked for it. It can't, because we can't really afford to operate our budget during moments like that. And I would say that our people that I have sent who submitted this year, and a good example would be the cycleway groups to the north of the city, and I said, I do not expect to be a budget item till 27. But you must come now if you want to be in the 27-37 budget. And we need to tell people how we operate and make sure that they are interfacing with us properly. So as a matter of principle, to say that I don't believe this allocation of funding is following the correct processes, This is not a commentary on the individual items coming in front of us, and I will speak to them each time, even though I will end up voting no. I will be basically voting no across the board, because otherwise, if I vote yes to any one of these, it'll undermine the argument I'm making here, which is that I think this is out of whack with the rest of the processes.
Thank you. I feel a need to respond to the philosophical procedural argument that's being made here. And my understanding of the debate is that there's a suggestion that if people raise something by way of submission to this plan, this 10-year plan, which we do every 3 years, we should take the following 3 years to figure out whether or not it's something that we should support. And I know that government isn't particularly well known for its flexibility or the speed with which we respond to concerns, but that would be glacial in that things would grind to a halt. And I want to, it might be useful background for councillors to know that the city service grants, which are an open process for organisations to apply for funding to, were effectively a response to try and mitigate what used to happen through the annual plan and long-term plan process, where quite literally everybody who wanted money from council would turn up, and then we'd get to this part of the meeting, and what was left, or depending on the appetite for spending, they'd get dished out to Surf Lifesaving or whoever at that point. And this process was designed to stop that. So rather than funding the individual groups at this point in the process, we allocate money in the budget and delegate that task to the grants subcommittee to be able to consider all of those submissions in the round, and officers do present reports and feedback on all of the submissions and how they align with our strategic priorities, and then elected members, with in some cases community representatives, make the decisions around how to allocate the overall quantum of money that sits within city service grants. So I don't accept that, and I don't accept that something like this, increasing the total quantum that is available to that contested process, is the same thing as responding to a funding request from an individual or from an organisation that has come through this process. But those are equally valid, but they're not the same thing. This isn't. We don't need to request a staff report on whether or not we should have a city service grant and whether it's and how it functions, because that process and that system already exists. All we're doing, being asked to do here, is to increase the amount of money that's available to that group to dispense through the proper public process that already exists. And I'm entirely comfortable with supporting it on that basis. Further speakers, Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I would just like to express my sympathy and my understanding, I think, of Councillor Barker's and Councillor O'Malley's position. Local government is a beast that moves extraordinarily slowly. But I see this process as being responsive, and I acknowledge that the submitters, whether they were individual or organisations, and I'm particularly thinking of Māori and place-based submitters, place-based group submitters, because what they come and ask us for is minuscule in terms of the need, and that the need that they're trying to meet is intergenerational and long-term and sustained over generations. So what they're asking from us and what we can allocate is a drop in the bucket in terms of meeting needs. And for me, these kind of asks are challenging us to not just throw money at the problem, but also work long term. And so I understand the challenges that particularly Councillor Barker's acknowledged, but I think the reason I'm going to support this is because I'm aware of the need. I've been a submitter in the past before I came to council, and at the time our little Brockville group I don't think we ask for any money, but we just said our story, and then we were really delighted to get 10,000. So we just told our story, and so I just think I do sympathise with the process, the philosophical stuff, what we're doing here. But for me, the needs are so urgent and are too long term for us to not respond in this way. It's not perfect, but kia ora to you both.
Kia ora, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And in terms of the motion in front of us, I'm fairly agnostic on it, to be honest, and I'm prepared to be swayed one way or the other during potential debate, but I do feel I need to respond to Councillor Barker and O'Malley's comments, and like Councillor Fiso, I understand where they come from. And thank you, Your Worship, for the clarification on both your words, actually. And I actually agree with Councillor Houlihan, actually, and think it's actually a dereliction of our duty to ignore all the efforts and goals and incredibly hard community work carried out by many of the submitters during this LTB process. Many groups have also come back to us after the funding cycles have run out. This is a process they need to come to. And in response to Councillor Barker's comments, many people do understand the LTP process and work diligently with us and bring immeasurable benefits to the wider community, environment, and helping to fulfil our strategic objectives at a very small cost, as Councillor Lefiso points out, with substantial community outcomes in the case of many of these groups. It's imperative that we do here today respond to their requests.
Thank you. Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Worship. I understand the positions of Councillor Barker and Councillor O'Malley, and to be honest, I'm much of the same view. However, I think we as a council fail to get enough information out to groups that are wanting large sums of capital, that they need to signal that in an LTP for consideration in the following LTP. And we have in here some big requests. However, I've seconded this because this is a fund for which many very valuable groups apply for funding. It's been left without inflation adjustment for 6 years, where many other funds are inflation adjustment. This one isn't. And it's not a lump of money going to a single organisation, and it's not going by right. This puts it into the pool for which the grants subcommittee can review the applications. They don't have to give it, but as we've heard, it's been oversubscribed by 200,000. I sit on the premier and major events, and while we're oversubscribed, generally we don't have a situation where we can't give something to those that we believe have a case for it. But in this pool, that does happen. So, as I say, I don't like having to do a lolly scramble at the end of any long-term plan, but this is going to a very good series of organisations and potentially new organisations that will apply for the grant.
Councillor Elder.
I would like to say I too actually think Jim and Sophie have a good point. The process is very I think it's a bit like a lolly scramble, and I think we have to have a more strategic approach to how we do this. I would love to see us workshop some of the stuff that comes to us so that we can look at our bigger vision and where we're going in strategy. On the other hand, even though this is a messy process, I think it does give us the opportunity to see what the community wants and respond to it. So I will be voting on this, but I believe at the end of this process we're going to have to do some trade-offs if we are going to get the things the community wants in this budget. So, because otherwise our budget will go too high. So I'll be interested in our debate at the end. I think probably I can support this because in fact this gives an avenue for those who have asked for funding requests and may not get them, an avenue to actually approach another method for getting there. So I'm happy to support that because of that. So thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
I'm going to stick to just talking about this motion, not talking about the overall process. But when I look at the motion that's up in front of us, I will be supporting it. When I look at, and having sat on the Grants Committee for 6 years, and I look at the applications that come through, and we look at the sum that we put in, I always work on a multiplier effect. And the fact of, if we put $40,000 into this and increase it to a total of $448,000 in year one, the multiplier effect through our community is quite extensive. And I think, yes, there is a lot of argument about some of the process. That's fine. Taking this on as what's in front of us right now, I am very encouraged to see what many of the organisations do when they receive these grants and the impact they have in the grassroots of our community. And that's why I will be supporting this. And I think any time we can do more in this city service grants level or any of our grants levels, I think is positive.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Worship. I'm also supportive of an overdue increase to this this fund, but I do want to make some comment about the wider process. I can't imagine that there will be any meaning or any useful meaning to an annual plan process or a long-term plan process if we were unable to respond or chose not to respond, as apparently two of our colleagues are advocating to requests that are being made by members of the community.
Can I just ask for a point of order clarification? I'm not asking not to respond, I'm asking not to fund with money.
The point's been clearly made and is being interpreted.
I'll be clearer, to respond either financially or in some other way to what people are asking.
Just to clarify, not in some... Councillor Benson-Pope is deliberately ignoring
We're in debate about a philosophical issue that has been raised by elected members. I think it's fair to expect a response to a political position.
And in fact...
Councillor,
okay, very, very well, Your Honour.
And in fact, I think the comments by Councillor Barker in particular display a complete misunderstanding of how the process works. I, like all of us around this table, think some of the people who came to us asking for the sky in Kukuland, others have worked hard for a long time, asked for nothing, and have come asking for support of various kinds, often financial, and some of those I will certainly support. It has always been thus, and to not be able to respond at the end of a very extensive engagement process and submissions process and deliberations process as yet incomplete would make a nonsense of the whole of the community consultation part of this idea. I cannot see any other way that you could do this meaningfully and not delay consideration and response to people to a ridiculous level. Sure, there are some big punters who are flagging that they want X 100,000 or X million for whatever their particular concern is, who get into the process by way of submission. But there are also a lot of other smaller players, individuals or smaller groups or parts of our community that quite properly have been encouraged to come along and have their say, and I think it would be an appalling message to them if we didn't take the trouble to consider whatever their request is and where possible respond. it is a bit like a lolly scramble, but over the years, people have got much more rational and much more collective, in my view, about how we manage the total quantum that we end up. And I think the Chief Executive and staff should actually be complimented for leaving us a bit of flexibility in the wider budget to accommodate some of these requests that inevitably are thrown up by the process.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think there's anyone around this table that wouldn't agree that we don't want to go over 9.8% rates rise. In fact, we would have liked a great deal smaller one, but if we're going to get things done in this city, then that is what we need to do. And I'm heartened by the fact we have the ability at the end of this process to go back and change some of our decisions around these funding requests. And we need to remember that, and we need to be open to that. And I remember the time when individual groups used to come to this process and we used to make those decisions on the fly. This is a much better process. And I would be remiss as chair of the Grants Subcommittee if I didn't put this motion up. In answer to Councillor Vandervis's question, did I have any group in mind? No, I do not. The split is generally 50-50 between social wellbeing and Aratoi groups. And the groups apply, the staff assess, and then the Grants Subcommittee vote. So we don't know how that will go in any particular round. The submissions we had were from a wide variety of groups, but there was a common theme from some of them around the community grants. And, you know, it's the likes of neighbourhood support and access radio and the list that I gave you before. I'm not suggesting that we would give it to individual groups of this kind, but this gets, as I said, the best bang for buck. The work of these organisations is wide in the community and pivotal in the community. And recall when we had our COVID fund, we went for already established processes so that there was a way to assess and to filter and to make decisions, and that's what this will go through. They align very significantly with the social wellbeing strategy and Aratoi strategies. And in fact, as chair of the Grants Subcommittee, I talk with staff all the time around the fund as we get through each round, and as I've mentioned, oversubscribed by 200,000. I asked the question, if I was to choose one of these funds, I would be suggesting, if I in a perfect world, to be increasing them all, but we can't do that. I absolutely understand that, and everyone around this table does. So I have chosen this, after discussing it with staff, that this would have the greatest effect. It has not been inflation adjusted since 2015. That's an awful long time, and you'll note that that's included. And Councillor Wiley referred to the multiplier effect. Thank you for that, Councillor. That is so true. We see through their accountability reports, and they're required to provide them, the extraordinary amount of work that will get done, and does get done, but will get done for this extra $40,000 per annum. Thank you.
We'll take them all by division, shall we?
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Benson-Pope? Aye. Councillor Elder? Yes. Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Hall? Aye. Councillor Houlihan? Aye. Councillor Lafiso? Aye. Councillor Lord? Yes. Councillor O'Malley? No. Councillor Raddick? Yes. Councillor Staines? Aye. Councillor Vandervis? No. Councillor Walker? Aye. Councillor Wiley? Yes. Your Worship?
Aye.
Motion carried 12-3.
Carried 12-3. Councillor, do you have a procedural question?
Yes, it is a procedure issue. I was just commenting that if the vote's close, if we've got two who've said openly they're not going to vote for anything, it's just I was trying to work out how that was going to work.
I don't think that's a procedural question,
right.
but next. Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Wiley and seconded by Councillor Benson Pope. First a supermoon and now this. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Yeah, well, I do appreciate the seconder, thank you. I think there was a very good submission by Tennis Otago. I think the part that really sold me was the submission from Otago Polytechnic, where they really talked about the importance to them and the pressures that they're under actually with part of the development and that whole sporting avenue of Logan Park. Again, it is really also about the whole and options for the whole sports hub facility at Logan Park and the reporting back, because that is something that we really need to focus on for our 2022-23 annual plan, and especially with the many other users of the Logan Park area.
Thank you. Councillor Venevis.
I could support this if it didn't particularly specify Logan Park. My understanding is that there is a need for a sports hub and that there have been quite advanced conversations regarding financing of a sports hub, and that although it could be at Logan Park, there is also a quite advanced plan for a sports hub and possibly also a space for the New Zealand Sports Hall of Fame at the Edgar Centre. And in fact, I have an email from Eon Edgar pledging $500,000 for that. So the sports hub potential, especially including the Sports Hall of Fame, I think is one that has got real merit. And were the mover prepared to drop the at Logan Park narrowing of the issue, I could vote for it. But if it's going to definitely have to be at Logan Park, I think the potential to lose a major sponsor and also a much better parking availability area makes this particular option slightly vexed. So my question, which I hope to be answered in Councillor Wiley's right of reply, will determine whether I can vote for it or not.
And you'll get the opinion of the second anon. Councillor Benson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would have had some reservations had I been confronted with a motion requesting up to $1 million as the submission originally presented to us, because I thought that was poorly formed and ill-conceived, really. So I think this suggestion of staff working with those groups is entirely sensible. Unfortunately for the previous speaker, Logan Park is a rather difficult asset to move, and the stadium, the playing fields, the polytechnic, the hockey turf, and rather a large number of splendid new tennis courts are at Logan Park. So I think what's being suggested is totally incongruous, irrespective of how much money any benefactor might wish to tip into some other facility or some operation. So I think that is a different matter. And to me, this is exactly the process that meets the concern that was expressed by colleagues earlier, because we're not making an arbitrary decision about an amount for a purpose. We are locking a process into further plans to support great initiatives, and several of us were at the opening of the the new surfaces at the Logan Park Tennis Centre, and we all see what a splendid new facility that is for sport generally and tennis in particular, as well as squash to a lesser extent, and indeed the city's performance around provision of those facilities is pretty leading, as I would imagine, in terms of the whole country. Thanks in part to Ian Edgar, whose lump of money triggered a lot more money from the city for basketball and other sports and tennis at the Edgar Centre. So that's, I guess, a sort of similar example to the argument that others have spoken about the multiplier effect of these sort of investments. So I'd urge people to support this. There will be funds involved at some time. They'll be reported in the appropriate annual plan. And for me, Logan Park is Logan Park, and that's what we're talking about.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. I can support this. This is part of the Fulfilling the Parks and Recreation Strategy 2017, which does have as an action a forum to oversee progress, and I did ask through the CEO if there was a sporting facility review, and I see that there's been a working party set up with members of Sport Otago, the Edgar Centre, Well South and the Otago Universities Association.
Sorry, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. This is exactly what I was speaking about to the previous item. I support this, and I support the mechanism by which we're going through it, because it will be accompanied with a report, and we'll sit in and we'll be able to assess our strategies. I remind everybody that the Logan Park Management Plan has been also requested at some point in the past, because we went through a development of Logan Park and then we walked away from it, and I think it's time that this brings forward the fact that we need to get back there again, and I thank the mover.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Wiley, for this motion, which I fully support. I won't speak too much of what I was going to say has been traversed. I would respond, though, to Councillor Van der Vis's point, re the sports hub. I'd argue already that Logan Park is a sports hub. Every time I'm down there, which is fairly often, it's a hive of sweaty sporting activity. So, yeah, bring it on, and I think I probably like the motion along with Mr. Logie, that at the moment it doesn't make any fiscal commitments. I can see you smiling. So thank you once again, Mr. Mover.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Elder.
I too want to thank Andrew for this motion. I think it's a really good one. I think there have been strategic reviews and plans for Logan Park, and I think that would fit into that. I see Logan Park as a sporting and recreation precinct. We've got the Forsyth Bar Stadium, we've got the hockey turfs, we've got the soccer grounds, we've got the rugby grounds, we've got international cricket. We've also got Signal Hill is now a top mountain biking area as well. So I think it has a strong presence in Dunedin and is getting stronger, and having a plan around that and how to facilitate and enable the area is a good idea. So thanks, Andrew, for that, and I'm looking forward to the report.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes, I'll be supporting this. As a Roger Federer fan, I'm very supportive of tennis, And I also want to say one of the other councillors made comment about the Edgar Centre being an option. I'd just like to say if they've ever been to a futsal game and looked for parking, there is no parking at the Edgar Centre. So while they say there's issues with parking at Logan Park, I dispute anywhere can get worse than the Edgar Centre at peak time of futsal games.
Thank you for saving me from making those comments. Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting this motion. As Councillor Benson Pope alluded to at the recent opening of Tennis Otago, which I also attended, and Councillor Houlihan will be thrilled to know they had a photo on the wall of some famous international tennis star, but I can't even remember who it was, has been here in the past. Don't know which one. But I digress. I digress. What it is. But it's speaking in support. What I noted during my discussions with the folk at Tennis Otago is they are looking at their strategies and developments right at this time. Tennis New Zealand was there just as one of the stakeholders, and this is a really good time to be seeking this report. I think this time has come. People have alluded to the Logan Park facility management plan from some time ago that sort of fell by the wayside. I believe this time has come. So this is a good piece of work, a worthwhile piece of work for us to get on with.
Yes, I think we're privileged to have a wonderful array of sports on display and in participation at Logan Park, and I support this motion. And just as a push bike has a hub at the front and a hub at the back, we can have a hub at Logan Park. We can also have a hub at the Edgar Centre, so there's no reason to limit ourselves to 1, 2, or even more. So the interesting question to me here is, what is a sports hub facility? And so possibly the staff will investigate that, and we'll learn more about there and the various sports overview in a combined fashion. So I think this is a very good initiative to get all of those sports together and come up with a joint view of Logan Park. And I'd like to think that that has been the case to date, but my observation is that various sports administrations have had goes at various times, and the council has let people, oh yes, we'll let this one have a go at that and this one have a go at that. And it'll be quite good to have that joint overview. It may have been happening behind the scenes, but I haven't seen it as an overview document. So I think this is 40 years ago when I first laid eyes on it, Logan Park were wide open fields, and we are getting more and more specialists and narrower focused facilities, albeit are far more useful. And Football South, I think, is a classic example. We've got a really good turf there now, and similarly for the hockey and the tennis, cricket and so forth. So that strategic overview would be very helpful, I think, for council.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, and thank you for your support. Again, to me, this is about Logan Park as an active sports hub, and it is about the facilities at Logan Park. More encouraging for me is actually we've got a deadline in place here around the 22-23 annual plan for the report to come back to us, and I think that's one of the key ingredients. It's responding to the need that is at Logan Park. And it also, we've got some very good submissions around from Tennis Otago, Sport Otago, the Polytech and others about how Logan Park actually can be better utilised and the facilities that we need there to support it. To cover off on the Sports Hall of Fame, I believe that is a different issue and one that we will need to address in the future. And it is a key asset for our city. But this is not about the Sports Hall of Fame. This is about Logan Park, and I think the motion is quite clear on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? No. Thank you. That is agreed.
Thank you. Thank you to Mr. West, who did some investigation on this. I initially was proposing just to simply go with the submission, as we see on item number 12, which is increasing their money. But the work, the investigation from Mr. West showed that in fact they haven't had an increase in the size and their allocation since 1999. So 22 years they have been getting by on these vouchers, and $20 a week is all that those volunteers get. And having been out in the field and met many of those volunteers, it brings a smile to my face just to think about it, because they are really doing a lot of great work around Dunedin, not only in assistance to parks and reserves and contributing to city life, but also to their own state of well-being and the focus that it gives to them and the, I suppose, their quality of life for themselves. So in terms of their mental health, there's a lot of people there who are extremely disadvantaged, who are essentially volunteering to give themselves a focus in their lives. And I think there's a very good social initiative. I think I'm under the impression this is the only Task Force Green still in existence. So they certainly deserve our support, and I'm very keen to do whatever it is they perceive to be the thing that will help them keep moving forward into the future and expanding the network of volunteers and the social service that they provide, which has a wonderful benefit for the residents of Dunedin. So I urge you to support this, but I think, just as it has been pointed out to me, rather than just dropping the money into the bucket, we get a report and investigate all options, and it may be that there are different things that will increase their capabilities rather than just the money.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd just like to record my thanks to the submitter, Mr. Westbrook, and also Councillor Raddick for this great motion. And I'd just like to acknowledge also the Task Force Green team, who would frequently come and support us in Brockville doing our community development stuff, especially community cleanups. And we always made sure that we gave them an additional, if you like, koha to sort of acknowledge the mahi and the time that they were coming out on weekends. So thank you very much.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. What you may not know is that last weekend, Task Force Green undertook to set up the cages and the show, the national show for the Poultry, Pigeon and Caged Bird National Conference. And I say that because normally there are 300 entries. There were over 2,000. And I had somebody approach me expressing their appreciation for the work done, the volume of work done, and the willingness of the workers to do the work. And I had a conversation with Mr. Westbrook, I think it was, a submitter, after he had spoken in a break, and I was very moved by that. I think the mover for this motion, this is a group of people who contribute substantially to our community. And I commend the person who leads that, Mr. Rick Wilson. I understand that he goes out of his way. The support is not just the money, it's around the support, the moral support, even visiting members in hospital, just that they pick them up, I believe, for work in the morning. It allows this group of people to contribute to society and feel valued, and we do value them. And so I welcome this opportunity to see how we might support them further and acknowledge the work they do in our community.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
Thank you. I've had the privilege of working with Task Force Green over a number of years, and particularly as a person enabling people to get ready for work. And this is, they offer such amazing support to people who, when they're entering back into work, need routine, need to get those work skills ready to re-enter the workforce. And the kind of family and whānau kind of feeling within that group enables those people to feel supported and accepted and move the next step forward in their work journey. And for many, this is their work, their mahi, and they just love, they are like a family, and they love getting out and about in the community and doing the work they do. So I really, I value Rick and the team for what they do for people, and the meaning and purpose and family that is created by this creates a really great support system for people, the people who are involved.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I want to thank the mover and seconder. This is to my point again. By asking staff what had happened, we realised that they haven't had a raise in money since 1999. It's 21 years since we invested it. And I am conscious, though, that as these requests come through in this form now, we'll be loading into the 22-23 annual plan, which is why I made the point earlier on that it may in fact be the 24-34 LTP that some of these things will show up in. But it demonstrates that we are listening and we are responding, and I think in the appropriate manner. Thank you.
No, I haven't. I have not. You wrote my name down and never came to me. It's okay. Apologies accepted. Yep, thank you, Councillor Radich. I have no issue supporting this, and thank you for bringing the motion. I know Task Force Green really well, particularly via my long-time service on the Keep Dunedin Beautiful Committee and their incredible and sterling work in the West Harbour community, particularly on the shared path. I love them all, and I just want to acknowledge also Rick and his amazing team for this incredible bang for our buck we get from this group.
Councillor Reddick.
I'd just like to thank my colleagues for their support, and they've covered so much extra ground. I have nothing further to add.
A model response. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. I'm going to move that we adjourn for lunch to allow, as much as anything, and the opportunity to develop a sense of order around. There are a number of proposals, for example, that have been put forward that overlap, and allowing some time to work through those over the break should make for a more efficient meeting at the end. So we'll come back at 1. Seconded Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Thank you all for your punctuality. I appreciate that. Just taking some time now to organise the various contributions that have been made in the break, again, in the interests of longer-term efficiencies. I don't want anyone to rush unnecessarily.
I was just going to ask, is there any money in the budget for after deliberations refreshments?
You'll wait. I don't think I can wait until the 1st of July, to be honest, but... Councillor Walker, is there a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Gary. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, and thank you to the seconder as well. So yeah, I've put this motion forward. I mean, I guess the why. This is another group that we have invested in for many years and have not altered the amount of funding that they receive. In fact, in the case of this group, the amount we have given is sat at 6.5k for, well, since 2012, hardly robust inflation proofing. I'm sure you have read the submission. In fact, many of you have likely, like me, been to their operation and seen the incredible work they do on such a tight budget. And I guess like many groups, and we've heard this story many, many times, the coordinator is likely working, if you add in the unaccounted for uncontracted hours, probably for less than $10 an hour. And actually, of all the submissions I've read over the last month or so, this is the one that went to the top of my list in terms of bang for our buck. We get phenomenal biodiversity benefits. We get much needed community outreach. We get huge volunteer input. We get environmental protection. We get beautification. The list goes on, and all this for 6.5k a year. I'll hash out a wee bit of their submission. I'm sure it's embedded firmly in your heads. Casual volunteer sessions. Each Thursday morning they host volunteers at the nursery, plus occasional Rotary and church groups. On Thursday afternoon each week they host a group from Idea Surfaces. I think it's awesome that they allow people of all abilities to participate and feel involved in their incredible mahi. They have community planting days, which they're committed to holding at least three times a year. Some of you have likely attended and placed trees and native fauna and flora in the ground. And they have a strong relationship with the university halls and with the planting days being very, very family focused. Each year, volunteers from Task Force Green also help prepare their planting. They're also currently looking to work with Monticello Veterans Home and Hospital, Otago Polytechnic, Bayfield High School, and Startup Saturday Working Bees. All of the above community engagements are organised and facilitated by just one nursery manager with the support of long-term volunteers and, of course, some members of the Trust who volunteer their times in the evenings and in planting days. And I reiterate all this for 6.5k. I certainly, for one, feel proud of the work they do, but also a wee bit embarrassed by the lack of support we now give. And you'll probably hear me say later, I am cognizant of the financial pressures we are under here, and you'll probably remember that they requested 23k per annum. So we actually, dollar for dollar, support exactly what they do. But I've suggested that we pare that back. If you remember at the submission, they said they were contracted to do 1,000 trees. They do about 2,000. So I've used the same price that we worked at 650, but just made that into the 2,000. And I've also, I think as a second part, I've urged them to work with our staff around, I urge them to work with our staff around potential other funding options, but also to come back to us in 3 years' time, whether or not we agree to support this. They do have an amazing track record. As I say, a number of you have probably been down there and seen it and probably helped out. They contribute so much and I think they've been up front. I think when the submitter came in, she was very upfront about and very honest about what they actually need to do what they need from us to do the mahi they need to do. So I hope you support this so that we can let them continue to do what I think is incredible work.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor O'Malley, then Councillor Vandervis.
Given what I said earlier, can we take that in two parts? I agree that this is actually a great group, and I have had some interaction with them in the past, and it gets again to my point around process. We have a disjointed native restoration activity in the city where the nurseries and the planting groups and the owners of properties are not actually coordinated in a way for all of these to speak into each other. And I would argue that if we could get that coordinated, this group would actually have a much bigger service level agreement with the city than the 6,500 increase to 13 that we're talking. And so I really do want them to get more money. I want it again to be done in the context of a plan that we have not yet put together, which is our biodiversity plans around flora. We do not have, nobody's coordinating the nurseries, the planting groups and the landowners in such a way that we can achieve everything, which is one of the reasons we didn't get any of the billion trees money. So if we can take it in two parts, it would be great. Thank you, Bishop.
Always comfortable to do that. Councillor Vandervis.
I agree with Councillor O'Malley that we really do need to have a coordinated, integrated system for dealing with all of our plantings. I've no doubt that this group is deserving. We have a lot of deserving groups around, but I also believe that if the motion had been to put this money into a overarching coordinating position, that is something that I would have been keener to vote for. This group already does great work, and I take on board everything that Councillor Walker has said. But as I see it, they do great work now. They may be deserving. We need to look at the bigger picture, as Councillor O'Malley has suggested, and put what little resource we have available, bearing in mind it's all going to be borrowed, into getting a overall holistic advantage rather than just cherry-picking individual parts of the system.
Just by way of clarification, this won't be borrowed for. It wouldn't be debt funded. It'll be funded through the general rate as our operating expenses are. Councillor Houlihan.
Yeah, I will be supporting this, and thank you for your very extensive and passionate speech, Councillor Walker. And I have met these people as well, and they do a very good job, so I think it's excellent. I just want to speak on some of the things that are happening around the table with two councillors, is that my concern...
I would urge you to focus on the resolutions.
Well, it's affecting every resolution that will come up that has a dollar value in it. That means that some really deserving groups and people will miss out if the vote is close. And also, I just want to say, if people had...
Councillor, we will debate individually resolutions, and people can raise whatever issues they like in speaking for or against them, but we'll deal with them in sequence. And I would ask that people focus on their reasons voting for or against this resolution.
Could I just say in regard, because this has been brought up by one of the two councillors now, the issue of the way they're voting, can I just raise something here, is that if there was a concern about this process, why was this not raised months ago? We've had months and months, so that now we've been ambushed with this, and I think it's unfair and unreasonable, and it should have been raised ages ago and dealt with then.
Further speakers. Councillor Barker.
I live quite close to the Tomahawk Smails Beach Care area, and I totally support their work. I've been to see their work. I will be voting for option B because I, like Councillor O'Malley, we have observed that there are many groups that have nurseries and doing amazing work around. I'm just looking through the environment strategy and some of the work that has or hasn't been done in that. To Councillor O'Houlihan's point, we've all had months. Councillors have had months, and especially during the budgeting process, where we had the papers come to us in December and January to add things into the budget at that time as well.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting this, but I am a little confused because I do recall at some point in one of the, perhaps it was the annual plan last year, we talked about the possibility, and I thought we had looked to have staff explore that, but I may be remembering incorrectly, around that overarching umbrella of nurseries, and I support that idea. But in terms of this one, through my work on the grants subcommittee, and others around the table will remember this when we deal with the biodiversity grants, I've become aware of the importance of locally grown plants and the number of plants that are often needed. So the work that this group does is important. I think the second part is a very important part of the motion because it gives some time to have a look at that. And if we'd been able to ask questions, I would have perhaps asked the question as to what happened to that idea of the umbrella work.
Councillor Raddick.
I'm a wee bit worried about this because didn't they, as I recall, they came at the annual plan and looked for some additional funding which we didn't grant, yet we've also talked with other community organisations about the planting of native grasses and many of the plants that these people raise, and the great work they do not only restores or protects the dunes at Tomahawk, but also feeds into other community groups. And there's, as I recall from the annual plan submissions, there's quite a significant demand for their services and a need for them to increase, not the least from the Peninsula Community Board. So I'm just a bit worried as to, we've got this application, which seems entirely appropriate to me, coming into this long-term plan process. We didn't go with the annual plan process, and we have parties here saying, no, we shouldn't do as the long-term plan process. they haven't made an application to the grants process. Do they have it wrong or do we have it wrong? That is the question.
Councillor Walker, you're right to
Someone wants to
reply.
answer that?
Yeah, thank you. I'll answer that one first. Yeah, you're right, and both of you, they did come to our last year's online annual plan submission, and as probably most of you will remember, we funded very, very few groups. Off the top of my head, a couple, so they were just one of the many people who came to ask for funding, and they didn't get it. Simple. And I take on Councillor O'Malley's point about having a better, more coordinated system for planting for many community groups. That's obvious, and I agree with it. But yet again, this group has performed amazing work for so long, for so little, in the context of no funding since 2012. They're not asking for a great amount of money here, and I think this group has waited long enough, and waiting after taking the time to feed into this long-term process, as we encourage them and other groups to do, and then asking them again to, nope, go away because we've got to review all our processes and systems, I think that's unfair. So I think that's detrimental to the incredible work they do, and I urge you to support this. Thank you.
We'll take it by division. We'll take them separately. Yep. Oh, my apologies, missed that, but the Councillor Walker's had his right of reply. A. We'll take A by division, and B I'm comfortable not.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Benson-Pope?
Aye.
Councillor Elder? Aye. Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Hall?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Defiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lord?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Raddick?
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis? Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Your Worship? Motion is carried, 11-3.
Thank you, and unless there's a request otherwise, I'll take, just take B. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Thank you. I have a question for staff, and I'm just, because it's not clear to me the existing relationship. Is this, I guess my question is this work happening already or not? And does it, and if so, does it require?
So, Your Worship, the park staff have been working with the gymnastics groups across the city for a number of months to look at options to help them with their accommodation.
Yes.
So does that does that work include a do-up and expansion and refurbishment of the Caledonian in order to accommodate all clubs?
So my understanding, Councillor Reddick, is that the Caledonian, even if it were to be refurbished and done up, would still not meet the needs of all the gymnastic demand in the city. So Parks have been looking at wider than the Caledonian because there's one particularly big club that is struggling with facilities it rents at the moment. So the council staff have been working with them to find alternatives.
Yeah, I did have another word in there, which was expansion of the Caledonian. So is that a possibility or not?
So I can't easily, I mean, the Caledonian isn't easy to expand for many reasons, and it is used by other clubs for other activities as well. So if you were to increase the gymnastics use of that space, I think it possibly would mean other groups lose the use of it.
Thank you, that's helpful.
That is helpful. Thank you, Mr. West. And it's a suggestion for the mover potentially. The work ongoing doesn't necessarily have an outcome for the purposes of the governing body. So, my suggestion would be to ask for a report on that work to come back to the relevant committee.
Okay. So I would suggest that you add it in at the end and report back to community and culture. I think I'm pretty sure it's that, and I'm going to say by well, I would have thought this one maybe June next year. Maybe in time for deliberations next year. Does that work? Yeah, so May, in time for deliberations in the 2022 annual plan. Does that work, Rob?
I'll just point out the staff response to submission it's numbered 30 in the papers, where Parks have committed to a review of all the sports field facilities coming to council initially in October of this year.
So that will include this work?
They're indicating in the response here that yes, it would, but at what level I don't know.
So this work is already, so what is being requested is already being covered off by existing work that's reporting back by
There is work underway, yes.
Does that satisfy the move that the work is happening? You're happy to withdraw it? Oh, can you use your microphone, Councillor?
It would be good to be noted with that report, with the fact that the report is to come back so that it then confirms that we'll get something coming back.
Could I suggest then that we say request that staff include the work with Sportatorio and the gym people in the report that is coming back in October 2021?
Yes. Yep.
Does that work?
Thank you. Yes, that's good. Thank you. Yeah.
Sports facilities review.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Oh, you seconded. Okay. Councillor Elder. You've got to tell me these things, you see, Councillor. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, like all of us, I heard the gymnastics representatives come and speak to us during the hearings, and I just really felt for them when they noted that they can't get facilities where they can leave their gear out all the time, and the added issue they've got is that they seem to have found the most leaking buildings in the city. I don't know, they sent photos of all these buildings that were leaking. So the poor people have either had bad luck or I'm not sure what's happened there, but they certainly have had a challenge getting suitable facilities for gymnastics. And, you know, gymnastics is a great sport, like any sport, but keeps kids active particularly. So I think I would really like this to be considered in this review, and I think we need to look at upgrading the Caledonian as part of that, you know, review to see what we can do to accommodate it, because I believe some of the facilities at the Caledonian are quite run down and not meeting the standards that the groups need. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
I support this. As a previous gym mum, I have suffered in the flooding and the cold in the one of the gymnastics academies, and this seems eminently sensible.
Any speakers against? I'll put it. All those in favour? Those against? Agreed. Thank you. I appreciate how the mover's name is in 2-point type, but I think that's Councillor Walker. It looks like.
I think in all of the things that we focused on, that wasn't it.
Seconded Councillor Elder. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. I'm on again. Okay, speaking to this, and I'll repeat many of the things you probably know, having read the submission from many, many people on this. Dunedin has at least 10 active place-based groups. Some of these groups are well established, such as the South Dunedin Community Network, the Valley Project, Greater Green Island Community Network, all of which have staffing and excellent governance structures. Others, of course, are a wee bit looser, but most of you know who they are. Place-based groups carry out or support a wide and diverse range of community-led activities. And if they are resourced correctly, place-based groups can, and as we know do, help to increase vibrancy, connection and resilience, which will become increasingly more important as Dunedin grows. COVID-19, if nothing else, has demonstrated the importance of strong, connected and resilient community networks that can bring people together and activate volunteer power and innovative initiatives. The resources and knowledge held in place-based community networks means they are best placed to identify short, medium and long-term challenges and aspirations in times of change. Their intimate local knowledge and trusting relationships. Excuse me, can I ask Councillor O'Malley to stop talking? Thank you. Well, I cannot hardly hear myself reading. Yeah. Their intimate local knowledge and trusting relationships with communities mean they can identify vulnerable people, their supports and what they need. Strong place-based community networks are as essential in a crisis as they are in normal times. Supporting both operational and project-based work, the Place-Based Fund provides long-term cornerstone funding that enables groups to operate sustainably. The fund is already an exemplar of how Dunedin invests in positive, well-grounded, systematic change, and it supports the strategic directions that the Dunedin community established with the DCC in the social well-being strategy. We should celebrate and further support that. Nobody around this table would argue that the current 300,000 fund has not been a game changer. It has provided stability for organisations like the Valley Project and the Greater Green Island Community Network, and has also made it possible for newer initiatives like the South Dunedin Community Network to get off the ground and do some vital work. And as we have heard from numerous submitters, there is enough established need and capacity to spend at least twice as much on place-based communities in Dunedin right now. This money is needed for core operational funding to pay for salaries, overheads and communication. In the latest place-based funding round, the DCC received applications totaling nearly 476,000 for a pool of 300,000. When the full budgets for all these groups are applied or totalled, it comes to more than 1.2 million. These figures represent mahi that groups are ready to do in order to further serve and strengthen their communities. There are many requests in this long-term plan for large increases in funding, and the call from the submitters on place-based funding is to increase the funds substantially to around $650,000 to $800,000 a year now. I accept that within our current financial constraints, that's probably a bridge too far, but my proposal helps by meeting place-based groups halfway, by a 100k rise now and 5 incremental rises during the following 5 years. This will reduce the estimated extra 10-year investment in the draft from 5 million down to just a tiny little bit over 2 million. This way we can continue to recognise and support the tremendous work that these groups do. And I'm often one to harp on, as I did previously, about bang for your buck. Place-based groups provide tremendous bang for our buck, and they should and need to be supported. It's also worth remembering that the risks of not growing this fund are groups will not be able to scale up. We heard that from many submitters. We've also heard that new groups won't be able to emerge. The social and economic value that is being created will likely be stifled, and worst of all, communities are forced into a competitive model. Growing the fund enables better returns on this council's original investment, grows our community infrastructure, and sends a clear message of support from this council, recognising the amazing work of place-based groups. I urge you to support our communities by supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. I concur with everything Councillor Walker said on this and have seen the evidence as part of Grants Subcommittee in assessing the applications to this fund. It's ironic that Councillor Walker and I should be supportive of this in a way, because when we were on community boards, I don't know how Councillor Walker felt, but I certainly wasn't convinced about the establishment of place-based groups. However, I'm very prepared to say that I got that wrong, because I have seen the evidence of the work they do alongside the work of community boards, which work in other areas. It's very much grassroots work. It's very wide, and in challenging times, as we've just experienced in the past year through the pandemic, they are pivotal to the well-being of our communities in the work that they do. They connect people and they focus on people, and the work they do is very much aligned with the social wellbeing strategy. We should be very proud of the establishment of these groups in our city, and the further work and capacity that they have to expand the projects that they do was very evident from their submissions. And if any of you were in any doubt, those of us who attended the Greater Green Island Network, I was struck by the vision that that group had for their community, their knowledge of their community, and their willingness to work with council as partners was very, very evident. And the need we have for new groups to be able to enter this fund has been evident as well. And I would urge you all to support this as the other part of resourcing our communities to do the work they need to do.
Thank you. Councillor Reddick.
Yes, this quantum of funding hasn't been previously signalled, and I imagine my expectation would have to be funded from debt rather than from...
No, I don't know how many times we have to explain this, but operational funds are funded out of rates revenue.
Right. So this would necessitate an increase in the rates from what is currently. What is currently projected at 9.8, they would have to go up by a percent and a bit.
No, because as outlined in the paper and discussed earlier in the meeting, there is a gap between allocated resources and the 9.8 limit of roughly 600 and something thousand. So if it's
Yeah, that's
within
right,
that,
but
if it's
we're
within
talking
that
2 million
envelope-
here. This increase is 2 million over the 10 years.
Oh, probably, but
Yeah.
Is your question? What is your question? Is it related to?
Where's it funded from? It's funded from
From
another
rates.
1% increase in rates.
No,
I think so.
you can never go.
Well,
If I could attempt to answer, and Mr. Logie might have to jump in if I get it wrong. What this is proposing is an additional $250,000 in year one of the plan. Is that right, or is it 100,000? 100,000 in year one. This year, in year one, there is 650,000, give or take, unallocated money, which is all within the 9.8. So
yes, but we've already spent a little bit of it.
no, well, you haven't made any decisions yet, because,
Yes.
but, so this would go against that and then be assessed alongside that. The other increases, if this was accepted, would be built into years 2 to 6 and then
Yes.
maintained through years 7 to 10.
Yes.
And those budgets would be considered as part of each annual plan process and would need to fall within the financial strategy rate limits for years 2 to 10. And we would build budgets accordingly based on the decisions that council makes here today.
Righto.
Yeah?
Are you speaking to the motion, councillor?
Yes. It's still quite a very large chunk of money, and it is quite nebulous where it will end up in terms of the place-based funding, that it would require new places, I guess, to raise their hands, or is the intention that it would go to the existing place-based groups?
Oh, I'm not going to get into a debate between the two of you, but the proposal is to increase an existing fund by the quantum as outlined in the resolution.
Okay, thank you. I'll just leave it at that.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Worship. Could I just do some maths checking? In A, it says increase the pool to 550,000, and then in C, it says that the fund would remain at 500,000. Is there a typo in there? Okay, thank you. So I do sit on the grants subcommittee, and I have been hugely impressed by all of the passion and the work of the place-based community groups, and I can commend them for that. The request for increased funding for place-based groups, community groups, has, for me, raised larger order questions around how we strategically plan and fund for community development. Looking strategically, I have asked questions previously around the social wellbeing strategy 2013 at previous council meetings. We all know how frustrated I've been around council's lack of focus on strategy, implementation, monitoring and measurement. The questions on the social wellbeing strategy I specifically focused on were around 2 of the 3 implementation pathways, specifically Pathway 1, Manaakitanga, and Pathway 2, Stronger Communities. For both, the main actions started with formation of Manaakitanga Pathway Team and formation of Stronger Communities Team. Upon asking if these linchpin teams had been formed, the answer was no, and these questions were asked in 2020, 7 years after the adoption of the strategy. Following on from the formation of the teams, various main actions included scoping and needs analysis, development of detailed action plans.
Councillor, I would urge you to focus on the resolution as
Oh,
opposed to
I'm talking about community funding.
Oh, you're debating the social wellbeing strategy, and and it's useful
Is
for
it
context, but I would ask you to
funding?
focus on
Okay.
the resolution at hand.
Okay. My next search was to understand how community development is resourced by council. There is lack of clarity in council documents about the resources for the community development team, especially now the budget has been amalgamated with planning. My sense from observation is that community development is a tiny team working exceedingly hard, and I wonder if we as council have served them in our community well. We've poured resources into economic development, which has a much larger team than when I left in 2015. I heard councillors last year say community development is economic development. There's a minimal difference between them. For this LTP, we're contemplating pouring resources, 6 staff, into our carbon zero work. Has the community development team be left by the wayside? When I look at the contestable funding model that has been set up for community building, I wonder if the effectiveness of this piecemeal approach. Community groups grow and compete against each other for funds. Of the 9 in the running last funding round, we had 3 in current community board areas. We have the South Dunedin Community Network, number 1 in the Social Deprivation Index, competing with many others, including a group in Saddle Hill, the second least deprived area in Dunedin. When we look at social deprivation areas, none of these are in community board areas. For example, South Dunedin, Caversham, Corstorphine, Brockville, Fernhill, i.e. the areas most in need, have no plan or strategy to help them. This seems crazy and inequitable. Instead of the contestable funding lolly scramble, I would like a well thought out targeted approach to community development, and I think this should be led by a social wellbeing strategy in our community development team. Both should be resourced for success. If we decide to change the way we fund place-based groups so we are targeted towards our socially deprived areas, this should be sustainable so that groups aren't fighting amongst themselves for contestable funds. I believe we should have set grant amounts for targeted groups that fulfil our strategic outcomes with service level agreements so we can track effectiveness of council's investment into community building. I would like, as one LTP submitter, an ex-mayor said, to have a cup of tea and refocus. I believe the current model is unfocused and unsustainable, and I can't support any increase to this support. I'd rather see resources into the DCC community development team so they can concentrate on delivering strategy rather than administering funding.
Councillor, are you foreshadowing a motion to increase the operating budget of the community development team?
Not at this meeting.
Okay. Councillor Vandervis.
I'm concerned that this is yet another increase for groups that are already funded. The suggestion that there may be new place-based groups that might be funded out of this, I don't think is believable. This is simply those that are already at the trough wanting some more.
Councillor, I take objection to your characterisation of our grants recipients and would ask you to withdraw and apologise for that statement.
I will withdraw and apologise, trough, and instead I will just say simply other people's money, public money. There is no particular project identified here, so we've got no way we can judge whether or not the spending may actually be worthy of prioritisation, or indeed give us a real return to our community. As Councillor Raddick has suggested, it's yet another very nebulous demand for or request for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Therefore, I believe that unless we have a specific outcome from the spending, rather than just looking at what the Valley Voice send us every month or so by way of a newsletter, I don't think that that is sufficient for us in this situation to be doling out public money. Regarding the issue of whether it's rates paid or whether it's debt paid, I believe that the sharp distinction that is attempting to be drawn between rates and debt is entirely illusory. Debt is simply rates that need to be paid well into the future plus interest. So it's either going to be paid by rates money now, or it's going to be paid by rates plus interest much later. In any event, it's other people's money, and it's a particular slice of our society who don't get the opportunity to come here during the day because they're all working to pay for it all. This particular $100,000 doesn't give us anything, or there's no indication of what it will actually give us in terms of value. If it was a new group coming to us, wanting to be set up and having a project then I think we could seriously look at it. And I think that's what we should be looking at. I believe that unless we have a specific project or a specific advantage, evidence of placed in front of us, that we should not be doling out rates, debt, or any other publicly funded monies.
Councillor Elder.
I've seen the immediate impact on the community by place-based groups. And place-based groups aren't social work. Place-based is about creating and growing and creating a thriving community, which is quite different to, say, a community board or, say, someone doing social work. And I just look at the South Dunedin network, which I've been involved on from inception, and seen the work they've done in that community around pulling the community together around a number of subjects, for example, flooding, for example, how to support each other in COVID-19. Now they're looking at playgrounds, and they're advocating for that community actively, and there's been really positive change. I look at North East Valley Community Project, who have got a newsletter and pulled together a whole lot of workshops and are involved in pest control, etc. in the North East Valley. But more importantly, they create cohesion. And I think over COVID-19 for South Dunedin Network, that was actually demonstrated with the amount of support that the community felt over that time. So one of the problems with place-based funding is that, one, there's not enough money, and two, they have to contest for it. So I was talking to someone the other day from one of the place-based, and they're really, really worried that they won't get the funding to enable their placemaking to happen. And so I actually agree with Sophie here in the sense that contestable funding model for place-based work is actually not a very good model, because they don't see that they've got continuity. And when you're doing community development, continuity is a really, really important thing. So yes, I'll support this. I think we do have to have better plans, and I agree with Sophie again about the areas of deprivation and the work done in those areas. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. In many respects, it is particularly this item that is the one that is of the ilk that I'm talking about. If we go back to when we started funding place-based groups, it was at the time when central government had been funding them and then pulled out, and then there was a vacuum, and then we stepped in. And I believe they do perform an important function in the city, and I support the concept of funding place-based groups. And it is deliberate that they have a certain lack of structure compared to, say, community boards and other such things for them to be able to perform their function. But the other side of that means that sometimes we don't really have the mechanism to actually validate or understand whether or not the claims of success in the community have in fact been reached. And there have been instances where place-based groups that we have funded in the past have ended up in environmental court with their own community. So there have been instances where that interaction has clearly not worked, but there's been other instances where it's been fantastic. And I do bring up the South Dunedin Community Network. They have been a fantastic place-based group. And I think one thing that speaks to them is how integrated they are with the council's programs. And it gets back to my whole point again. We need to have a decision on how. I know that I looked back. We did have a council paper on how place-based groups would be how they would be structured, but we have not gone back in a consultation document and asked how much do we want to fund them in the context of all the other things we do in our community spending. So I support the idea that we should potentially be funding them to the tune of over $500,000 a year, $750,000 a year if that's what's needed. But But to be honest, almost all the increases in place-based funding pool decisions have been made in this item equivalent at annual plans and long-term plans, and I just reiterate, this is not the place to be making these large decisions. To the point of operational costs, they always come out of that year's rates. That's how we do a budget. So operational is never funded by debt. It's always funded by an immediate rates increase in that year. Generally, so I will be voting against this because of what I said about the fact that I don't think this is the place to allocate the funds. But I do support the idea of place-based groups and funding them. I want to see, in fact, that we see where they sit in our social and community servicing structures. We have strategies. How do they fit in that strategy? And then when we look at this, we should be going out in the next long-term plan, and this maybe should be one of the items that we are actually directly consulting with our community on. How big should we be funding this, and how should it be structured? Thank you.
Well, I'm comfortable in supporting this. I know we had some issues with delivering and distributing our consultation document through this 10-year plan, but I hate to think how challenging it will be, given the size it will need to be asking specific questions on any adjustment that we may propose to make to any budget line in the following annual plan or 10-year plan processes. That is entirely unwieldy and an unworkable way of making these decisions. And we did have this conversation through the last 10-year plan, and we put 200k in our draft budget, and acknowledge Councillor Lawfeasel was sitting back from this, but proposed that we be more ambitious about that and include an option of 300k, and that's where it landed as an annual figure. It was subject to a specific feedback question through the last 10-year plan process. This is, to me, about supporting community development in a way that lets neighbourhoods and communities determine for themselves how it works best for them. And we talked earlier on to the paper around community engagement and going out, and I mentioned then the idea about getting better at going out and meeting people on their own turf and on their own terms, and that is exactly what this does. And we lean quite heavily, actually, on some of our place-based groups to do the work that we see as being important and being valuable in our community, to help us organise events, to help us respond to civil defence and emergency management type situations. There is absolutely no questioning the value of these groups in their neighbourhoods and in their communities. And social wellbeing has been traversed, but increasingly we know that building stronger communities is absolutely vital if we are to have a resilient city dealing with increasing challenges through whether it's through extreme weather events or otherwise. We need strong neighbourhoods and strong communities, and resourcing groups to do it in a way that works for those individual neighbourhoods and communities is the most effective tool we currently have in a lot of parts of the city. But I find it hard to believe that now for the second time in this meeting I have to explain how the grants subcommittee works. So we allocate resources, in particular to members of that committee. We allocate resources to a variety of grants targeted at the various strategic objectives that we are setting out to achieve. They are open and transparent and contestable processes, and I agree that contestable funding is a terrible model for the sustainability of organisations, but there's always a tension with public money that we need to have a process that allows people to come forward in that way. Those applications for whatever grants funding it is, whether it's place-based grants or civic grants or arts grants, those are all then assessed by staff, whether they meet the criteria or not, or whether they contribute or not to our various strategic objectives. They come together in the form of the grants subcommittee, where elected members and members of our community make decisions about how we allocate the resources that council give them in supporting the outcomes that we're trying to achieve. And to describe the grants subcommittee and the way it works as a lolly scramble, as has been suggested in this debate, is offensive actually to both staff and the representatives, both ours and community representatives, that give vast amounts of time and energy into helping us do this work and helping groups in our community deliver the kind of work that they do. And I think, I welcome the movers' pragmatism in proposing the staggered increases over time, and I think that's it's helpful to give some certainty beyond year one in terms of the direction that we are heading in. But this is every dollar of this money is money well spent, and I welcome the additional support that will be provided to groups in our community by way of this increase, should it be included in our 10-year plan. Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Worship. You stole some of my thunder. You know, this is not a pot of money looking for someone to give it to. This is a pool of money where applications are made, they are thoroughly reviewed, and decisions are made to invest that money. This is an investment in our community. It's enabled the establishment or the growth of place-based groups. There was comment made on Valley Voice. That Valley Voice is an amazing document. It goes around its community. There's always something on. It tells the community what's being done. It invites them to be involved. It grows a very strong community. And North East Valley has that strong community because of this kind of support. I can remember, I think originally the funding for place-based groups was by Department of Internal Affairs. And started place-based groups, and as soon as they became successful, guess what? They withdrew their funding. Place-based groups survive because they get some funding. Take away that funding and they may last for a while, but they can't do the work they do without getting some funding. So, as has been mentioned, if we don't, when they first established, they don't need a lot of money. As they grow their community and get their community further involved, they do need some more money. They get to the point where they need to have a paid coordinator, for instance. But that expenditure delivers back to us resilient communities, communities that are engaged with our city, engaged with us as council, and we would be a much worse place if we didn't have them. And in fact, for me, and I'll get shot for this, I think in many cases, these place-based groups achieve more in their community than the community boards in their areas. So I have no problem supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a bit confused by the argument by two councillors around this table that this issue around the money is a concern, because thank you, Councillor Staines explained, I thought, really well, and it is very clear that any money that's allocated here will be, they'll have to apply for it, it will be looked over thoroughly, it's not like it's just being given away, and it will be allocated to people who staff have looked at their needs and assessed it. I'm not sure where the issue is there. And so for me, I will be supporting this, and I know it will add to the increase, but I've voted for against many other things. But I see this as core, absolute grassroots stuff that is our communities, as your worship mentioned, communities working in their own community, and it's them listening to their own community, and they're closer than us, they are their community in their community, and it's doing what their community needs and wants, and they're the best people to see what they need. And by doing this, what we're saying as a governance body is we hear you, we see you, and we don't want to dictate what you need. We want you to, because you live in your community, to service it as your community needs it, you know. I think this place-based funding, particularly like Councillor Elder mentioned, what we've seen in South Dunedin with Eleanor Doig and her team has done some amazing things, and also for the Valley Voice, I certainly know they do really great things as well. And I've heard many people say, I've even heard Councillor O'Malley say it, that there's a real community feel around those organisations. So, and that has been brought about through the funding that they've got that's helped them achieve those goals and do those things. And I know many of them have, I've also heard complained that they don't have enough money to do the things they'd like to do. I mean, it'd be great, sure, to see this sort of money go to community boards as well. But this isn't about that, it's for place-based, and I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker. No further speakers. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks for the support of many around the table. And thank you, Your Worship, for pointing out something very important. Boy, yes, we do depend heavily on them in times of crisis and when they're needed, and we shouldn't forget that. When it suits us, we need them. A response to Councillors Barker and O'Malley, I think, have been well traversed, and I suspect will be again during this afternoon, so I'm not even going to go there. Just to Councillor Radich, the structured funding request, I've put it that way purposely to actually assuage the very fears you were bringing, not top-loading it from waste, to spread it out, also to send a message that we do support down the line. And if you recall at the annual plan online last year, you engaged for quite a long time with the place-based community submitters. And I know that because they fed that back to me, actually. There is already a fund. I mean, there was some confusion, I think, early on, that this fund already exists, and it's already massively oversubscribed. That's the point of this motion. And it is to try and help those currently underfunded and hopefully open up the door to other groups in other places to try and fill that void and bring the value that place-based groups do to other areas. And in response to Councillor van der Vos, I challenge you to look all place-based groups in the eye and tell them they produce no community outcomes beyond the newsletter. Patronising in the extreme.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor van der Vos.
Councillor Walker has tried to make out that I have claimed that the place-based groups only produce the Valley Voice newsletter. If he will listen to what I've said or review the video, he will find this entirely false.
I'll save you the effort. I think, Councillor Walker, I think it's an overly reductive
More than happy to
withdraw.
To withdraw. Yep, a draw, and with apologies. Some of you have also, I guess, compared place groups to community boards, and I think that's a wee bit unfair, because in my mind they shouldn't be conflated. I spent 12 years in a community board. They have completely different structures, and they operate in a completely different way, and they do completely different things. Some overlaps, for sure. They do different things. We already know that one very successful place-based group operates within a community board area without any conflict, with a wee bit of overlap. But it's all to the benefit of that community. And I guess there was some suggestion I guess that some way place-based groups are not subject to the same rigour as community boards. And I think actually that's not correct, and I think it could easily be argued the other way around. But I don't want to go into that territory. And just to reiterate, we're not asking for something new here. We have already seen the tremendous benefits that supporting place-based groups bring to Dunedin. We are simply asking to show our faith by continuing to invest further and to not fall into the trap, as we have so often done before, by backing something and not continuing to invest. No successful organisation would put the brakes on further investing in something so successful. I urge you to support this motion so that we as a council can be part of making this great small city a more resilient, healthier and better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take it by division. It's drafted in a way that makes taking them as separate clauses impossible. So C potentially you could take separately, but A and B are interrelated. So I'll take them as one, and we'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Benson-Pope? Councillor Elder? Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Hall? Councillor Houlihan? Councillor Lord? Councillor O'Malley? Councillor Raddick? Councillor Staines? Councillor Vandervis? Councillor Walker? Councillor Wiley? Your Worship? Sorry? Carried, 11 to 3.
Not everyone was aware that Councillor Wiley's made his triumphant return. Sorry, what was the vote?
11 to 3 with
Carried.
Councillor Fiso.
Withdrawn. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's test the theory of the smaller the amount, the longer the debate, shall we? No. Not much. Oh, I'm hurt by that redrafting. Not by me. It's been moved by Councillor Lord. I'm happy to second. Oh, you, Councillor Hall. Seconded by Councillor Hall. Councillor Lord.
Okay, well, I just, I noted in the report that there was going to be an aquatics review that is going to return to council with recommendations by 2022, but I just thought in view of the fact that this is not a huge amount of money, in view of the fact that Middlemarch Swimming Club hasn't had a raise for some time and is at a part of the city there where the people up there don't have the same access to facilities in town, I didn't think it was an unreasonable request to increase their grant by $5,000. I realise that there's people around this room who feel that this is not an appropriate place to debate this and they're not going to vote for it. I think we know who they are. We don't need to... I would say, look, just there's other people that feel strongly about that. I don't think we need to have all that debate again. I'm just happy to put the motion and urge people that feel they can support this to support this.
Well, we will put the motion in due course, Councillor. Are there further speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
The Moana Gal pool gets about 50,000 a year, so this would obviously be showing that Middlemarch is out of line with other rural pools. And again, if we were reviewing this in the correct manner, in fact, Middlemarch might be even getting more.
Councillor Elder.
I'm happy to support this. This is community facility a long way from town, and indeed it serves a large rural community. So I'm happy with that.
Councillor Houlihan.
Yes, I'll be supporting this, and the amount that one councillor has made an issue of is, as I understand it, I could be wrong, but is what the community asked for.
If this $5,000 could be tagged to some project, or if we knew what this $5,000 was actually going to give those users in Middlemarch, if we had some idea of how many users there were, I would possibly consider it. But again, it is a group that already has connection, already has public funding, and we're just giving them more. We have a procession already of groups that we are just giving more to. It is the same problem, I believe, as we had with our COVID funding, which was a large dollop of money, and all it ended up doing was not identifying real need, but giving groups that were already getting some more. We're not in a position to give more. It's debt funded, and that's just rates in the future.
Councillor, it's not. The operating expenses of council are paid for out of the general rate, and you continue to mischaracterise that as being debt funded, and it is wrong.
Your Worship, your lack of business experience has been blatantly obvious in the past on this issue, and you're simply reinforcing it now.
Point of order, Councillor Benson Pope.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's grossly offensive. I don't think you should have to respond to such a crass piece of boorish abuse, actually. And I think the councillor should withdraw and apologise.
Point of order.
Well, that's not how this works, Councillor. If you refer to your standing orders, which I will hand over to Ms Graham and the Deputy Mayor, who can rule on the point of order. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting for 2 minutes. Second, all those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. Don't all rush off.
Going to call the meeting to order. Others will join us as they will. I want to hear from both parties, please. I want to hear from you, Councillor Vandvis, and then I want to hear from Councillor Benson Pope.
I have earned money in the real world competitively by offering services for 40-something years now.
Can you speak to the point of order, Councillor Vandvis, specifically?
And what I'm saying is that my business experience leads me to have a deep and practical understanding of what pays for what. In this case, what is being paid for?
The point of order was around your characterisation of the Mayor's experience. It wasn't about you.
The Mayor's experience is, I believe, well recorded in the Otago Daily Times as never having worked in the competitive real world that I have for 40 years, having gone straight from being a DJ at Otago University to the Green Party and into publicly funded politics. I have contrasted this with my business experience, which is earning real money in a competitive environment in the real world.
We want to hear about the point of order around the Mayor, and I've heard enough, so thank you. Councillor Benson Pope, could you just enlarge on your point of order, please?
My point of order is in relation to the standing order around disrespectful behaviour towards the Mayor. Apart from being factually incorrect of what the councillor is claiming, I believe the comments that he made directed at the Mayor were gratuitously offensive.
Thank you, and I'm going to...
completely unnecessary.
Thank you. I'm going to adjourn for a moment and take advice. I would move that. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Lafise. So please don't leave the table, though, if you could. Call the meeting to order. Just let people sit down. Councillor, I am going to uphold that point of order. I consider that what was said was disrespectful. Standing Order 20 point, it's B, around disrespectful language. So I'm going to uphold that and ask the councillor to apologise and withdraw, please.
I apologise and withdraw
Thank you.
anything
Councillor
that
Reddick,
is
your point of
deemed
order.
to be disrespectful.
Councillor
Sorry,
Reddick.
was I just interrupted halfway through making my apology, Your Worship?
Yep. Councillor Reddick, your point of order.
Again, Your Worship.
I would like to raise a point of order. 25.2, Part B, just as Deputy Mayor Gary has referred to, and that is use of disrespectful language. And I raised it in regard to Councillor Benson Pope using the word crass when describing the point of order he raised about Councillor Vandervis. Now, one...
Councillor,
yeah, I think
Councillor,
it's disrespectful.
Councillor, you don't need to make the speech, you just need to raise the issue. And in the interest of efficiency, it's probably most likely... Councillor, you've won. Stop talking. I'm going to uphold the point of order. I think it would be the most efficient way of making progress on this would be to ask the councillor to withdraw his allegations of the wording crass, and then we can move on. Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Reddick.
Speaking.
Councillor Reddick.
Speaking of compounding.
Order.
It's time.
Order. I'm bringing the meeting to order, and I've called Councillor Reddick to speak to the motion.
I would like to, thank you. I'd like to speak about swimming pools and Moana pool with reference to the Middlemarch pool. Now, councillors may or may not be aware that for every person that uses Moana pool and pays an entry fee, council subsidises that entry fee to the tune of 50%. In other words, it costs 50% more than what you might pay for your $5 swim. This levy comes from general rates to pay for the running of that pool. And so that amount of money is quite substantial, very substantial, and is the amount that Middlemarch, who live a very long way from Moana pool and probably do not come down on a regular basis, are unable to come down on a regular basis to use Moana pool. I think this is a very minuscule amount that they've asked for the running of their pool. So this is an entirely appropriate cause for us to fund in a relatively small manner. I expect that the remainder of the funds to keep that pool running are rounded up and funded by the community itself. So I think this is a relatively small gesture that they've asked for and is completely in order.
Councillor Gary.
Your Worship, I just want to comment on one thing and remind colleagues that this is not a procession of groups with their hand out. These are residents of our city making a submission. They are ratepayers of our city, and we are considering their requests. So please, let's not characterise it in the way it has been by some as a procession of groups with their hand up.
Thank you. I just want to speak briefly in support of this. It's been suggested that we don't know what's being asked for here, and it was a reasonably short submission, both in writing and in person, and it was very clear what was being asked for. The community had installed heating in their facility, and as we all know, those of us who have been through the process, at some point of installing heat pumps in our homes or otherwise, there's an attendant cost at an operating level in terms of the power it takes to run that. And so they came up and they've come to us to ask for a very small amount of money to offset their significantly increased power bills that they have been able to make the facility more comfortable and more welcoming for the residents in that part of our district. It's not a part of the city that comes to us often for money, and they take some pride in their self-sustainability and in their own community resilience, and I think it's entirely appropriate that we give this a very modest increase to their annual operating grant to offset their increased operating costs. Councillor Lord.
Yeah, I'll just make one comment, and it's in regards to business experience. It's a bit like saying that you wouldn't get treated for cancer unless the doctor has first had cancer and been treated himself. So it's a nebulous argument, that one too. But this is operating expenditure. It does get rated for, and I think over the few years, if in fact, as Councillor O'Malley alludes, that we might do a review and find that this is a greater increase, I'm happy to see it increased in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. We'll do one. We'll take one more and then break for afternoon. Break for the afternoon. Not adjourn. Break for afternoon. Don't get too excited. Is there a seconder? It lapses for want of a seconder. What's next? Oh, okay, that's fine.
Is it gone?
No, Councillor Wiley.
It has a second. Right, okay. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to support the submission from the Amenity Society and what they presented to us. I think the key that I see is, I think there is a real historic recognition aspect to this for the people it's representing, and I think the other side of the part that I look at is with the Amenity Society fulfilling most of the costs for it. I think it's great to see the Amenity Society investing in our city.
Further speakers? Well, I can't support this, not because I don't believe the resolution was well-intentioned, or the submission of the Amenity Society and subsequently the resolution is well-intentioned. There's certainly no question of that. But I think in matters where we are dealing with some of the more sensitive moments in our settler history, and that's certainly one of them in terms of the workforce that has been referred to directly, prisoners of the Crown, who came in and undertook significant civic works here in the city. I'm uncomfortable making a decision on that would commit us to doing work in the name of those historical events without having a more direct input and feedback from mana whenua or Mata Waka Māori, and I would prefer that this work, and I'm happy to foreshadow a consequential motion should this fail, I would prefer for this to be referred back to the Māori Participation Working Party for discussion, just because it's not clear to me whether or not this project has the support of mana whenua, and it may do, but I'm nervous about making a decision in the absence of having clarity around that. Councillor Reddick, and then Councillor Venables. Yep.
Yes, I agree with the Mayor that, and I am supportive of the project, but as I mentioned when the submitter was here, I'm very anxious to see a co-design process, and I don't believe a few quick words are enough to achieve that. And this is a very significant aspect of our history, and it's very significant in a national sense as well. Would be a lot of interest in this. Well, there's certainly a lot of interest in the event, and the events that took place in the past, and in a commemorative development. I think it's very important to get it right, and I don't believe that'll happen in a matter of months. I think it'll be quite an extensive process that required. But however, this group, the Amenity Society, does have funds and is well prepared to invest those in this facility. So I think we should be moving positively to encourage and support that, and obviously ensure that enough consultation, engagement, and hopefully co-design takes place to achieve it.
Councillor Venables.
I prefer to steer clear of the politics and the history issues and just look at what the ratepayer would be getting for their $50,000. I actually quite like the look of what was proposed, and afterwards took a special drive up to McLagan Street, up Serpentine there, to have a look at the site. And my conclusion was that even if they did do exactly what was proposed and it did look pretty, it was going to be in such a damp, dark, sunless glen of a place that very, very few, but the hardiest of our citizens would ever go and use or enjoy the facility. And it's for that reason, I think it's just a very unfortunate place to be spending the money. I don't see any real public value for it. I don't think it'll be used, albeit nice to look at as you drive by.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I'll be aligned with my original proposals at the start, because I think in this instance voting yes on this would be inappropriate because of how we're going to address our dark past, and we need to be very cognizant that we don't screw it up going forward. You know, this is how we treated prisoners of war and political prisoners, and we need to make sure our lens on this is correct before we move forward. I acknowledge that people are trying to do the best thing here, so I think we go forward in the spirit of that.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Thanks to the mover and his intent. I mean, I do support it in principle, but absolutely share the concerns. Just gaining approval, sign-off, permission from Manawhanamas. Thank you.
Councillor Lofiso.
Your Worship, I'd just like to record my thanks to the mover in terms of the intention and the spirit. I'm not necessarily, I wasn't necessarily sure about any funding attached to it, but thank you, Councillor Wiley, for raising the issue so we could talk about it. And as for this constant dichotomy set up between ratepayers and beggars, or community people who ask us for funding for support, we've got to get it straight. Essentially, the wealth of and the relative well-being of this economy is built off the backs of Māori. This is Māori land. And Councillor Van Vis, you may express impatience with my ideological statement, but always we must be aware that we are occupying Māori land, and we must always give back and give due respect to the First Nations of these lands. those rates and other people's money, it all comes from Māori land.
Kia ora, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I would like to say that I think everybody around this table, well, I think most of us know this. There's only a couple of people who don't seem to acknowledge this. But we asked submitters to come and engage with us and to tell us what they wanted. So I think that's being missed by some of the councillors around here, is that people have actually done what we asked them to do by submitting and by asking requests for funds. I mean,
Councillor, do you have anything to offer on this resolution?
Yes, I do. I agree with your worship saying that we need to do more engagement with mana whenua and Matawaka around this. Because it's not up to us to decide, and obviously this group has done a lot of work on it. So, but what I would say is that any acknowledgement of certain people like Te Whiti Aramaya, the Prophet, and the people of Taranaki that suffered, they were peaceful protesters, and I absolutely honour and respect anything that would acknowledge their existence and the suffering they had, because I really deplore the way they were treated, and certainly support something in acknowledgement of that.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lord.
Well, I just, look, I think that this probably will not pass, and I just still would like to think that the Amenity Society should be acknowledged as a people who do an extremely good job in our community, and the trees that they've planted, the things that they have done should not go without a mention. So while I won't support this, it's a no reflection on the Amenity Society who asked for this work. I think just put the process in place and we'll do it properly with their consent.
Councillor Wiley, this time.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, part of the intention of floating this was essentially with Councillor Lord's thinking as well, is the fact that it is acknowledging the work the Amenity Society are doing and can do a lot more around the city. They've been such a strong organisation. And I think the fact is that it'd be great to see something happen in that space, and I like the proposal they brought to the table. But I agree with the Mayor, there is another pathway forward, and I'm in that sort of difficult position of actually moving something and then looking like I'm going to vote against it. So, but you know what, such is life, that's what I will probably do as well, because I actually appreciate where this is going, so thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against, no. It's lost. Don't play. And as indicated, I will subsequently move that Council refer the Amenity Society's submission to the Māori Participation Working Party for its consideration. Second, Councillor Wiley. Councillor Reddick.
To a vote, I'd just like to comment that really in response to Councillor Vandervis, to me this is a very good site, and it's not a place of fun and enjoyment. It's not going to be a playground. It will be a place of great sadness. So it's quite entirely appropriate that it's in a dark and damp area.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. I'll move now that we adjourn the meeting until 5 to 3. Second, Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. 5 minutes to 3. Welcome back. It's becoming reasonably apparent that tomorrow will be required for the discussions that we still have, and that's fine. It's my intention we have three or four resolutions that I think are worth, well, they're all worth running through, obviously, that we will run through now and then adjourn earlier than anticipated and be back tomorrow morning for round 4 of this process. And we all allowed for Friday too, didn't we? But it is in the hands of the meeting, as always. Councillor Wiley, he says, squinting. Before we get as far as asking for a seconder, I think a response would be helpful from the Chief Executive.
So councillors, you'll be aware that we are doing a master plan for Moana Pool, and that's currently allowed for in the 10-year plan, and adding funding for a feasibility of this sort in at this point would be very challenging with that feasibility work that's going. So staff advice would be that this would be very difficult to accommodate in the work that's being done currently.
A question of the Chief Executive. Is there in the new Moana Pool, is there some space that potentially could be available in the plans of it?
So, Councillor, currently under the plans we have for Moana Pool is the development of a new dry exercise area on the floor near to the dive pool, which is where the current slides come into at the bottom as they are relocated. What I don't understand is if we were to put something like this in, whether that would limit the use of that space. Because obviously the purpose of putting a dry exercise place is to have it available for use for a number of different aquatic-based sports, one of which would be the diving people.
And Mr. West, I would, through the submission process, I take it staff will be engaging with Diving Otako and Alison Derbyshire and her group.
So, as we move forward to finalise plans, yes, there will need to have a conversation with all of the users of the pool just to make sure that what we're planning, meets the bulk of the use.
Okay. Through your worship, I'm happy to pull this motion.
That's fine. We can do that because it hasn't been seconded. We don't require the permission of the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan. And which one will it be?
It's the archives one.
Archives. Seem disappointed in your own efforts. Or is there too many words to accommodate city archives?
There we go.
I'm just trying to navigate my conflicts of interest. I'll sit back and Councillor Gary will chair this one.
So we're just getting the wording right, as I understand it. I'm just going to look at the chief and does that have everything in it now, as far as you're concerned? Is the mover happy with that? I wonder if the word's suitable.
To suitably accommodate the city archives. So, Simon, what? Or to accommodate the city archives? Put the after accommodate.
So to accommodate the city archives.
Fine.
Right. Are you happy with that as mover? Right. So do we have a seconder? Councillor Barker. Right. Questions? No questions, no. We're going to go to debate now. So would you like to speak? Did you have a procedural thing? Let's do it in debate. So, Councillor Houlihan, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. Yes, I put this because I really was I felt quite sorry for I think it's Mr. Miller, who a few of them came in and presented on this, and he looked absolutely distraught and indicated if the things he said were correct. It got me quite worried as a former journalist and someone who's used in my master's. I mean, I did a lot of research, and as a academic student, I used to research quite a bit, and I thought the chance of the archives being destroyed, according to him, because of serious water flood damage, I thought was something that I didn't think we should risk. And when he mentioned that they've been every year submitting on this for so many years and nothing had happened, I thought, well, at least let's put it and see what happens. I was going to put an amount, but I haven't put an amount because I didn't know how much was needed, but I thought at least my understanding is council is already engaged around this process, but this is really just to affirm that and just to put it officially in writing that acknowledging that they have been heard and something needs to be done. And it sounded, if what he said is correct, it sounded quite urgent, so that's why I wanted to put this to our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Barker.
I seconded this motion as I met also after the hearings with the people from archives, and they were seriously concerned about the state of the archives. I've heard they've been coming for around 5 years and are concerned about where the archives are situated and staff conditions and the conditions for researchers, the use for LIMS and HALE reports, and it's necessary also to have the public access. These are critical records for council business, and there are specific standards from the government chief archivist, and that is also a concern to them about whether there might be a letter coming, and also the hazards about the pipes above where the archives are stored. And we have a duty to look after our city's history and have it accessible to people as well.
Thank you, Councillor Barker. Any other speakers? Councillor Van.
My understanding is that the issue with possible leakage from pipes in our current archive area has essentially been looked at and moderated. It's no longer the issue that it was. But I think that there is a potential win-win looking at archives across the city. The DCC isn't the only organisation that has to have and needs to have good archive storage and access. We also have the university, medical school, we have a number of other government departments and organisations, all of which currently quite expensively have independent archive storage. A lot of it is not really up to modern standards. And when we talk about other stakeholders in this particular motion, if by other stakeholders we also can include other government-funded organisations in Dunedin, then I would happily vote for this, because I think that there is an opportunity for potentially a new centralised archive for the whole city that could save all of these organisations significant amounts of money. If I could perhaps get clarity from the mover that other stakeholders would also include all other publicly funded organisations in Dunedin, everything from St John's through to the university, then I would be very happy to support.
That can be addressed in the right of reply. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you very much. It's The thing that I am thinking about when I see this motion is that we may have done something like this in the past, and I think we have to make sure that when we do this, we report back to the appropriate committee as well. This has been an issue for Aaron's for a while, and I'm glad that if we're going to act, I really do not hope to see them again in 3 years' time saying we haven't acted. What came up was obviously the Otago Museum is looking at something at McLagan Street, and that would be an obvious potentially starting point. And not only public institutions, but private institutions also require archive storage. So I think this has now got to the point where it's probably got the momentum it needs, and it's important that we back it up with a resolution to show that we are following and watching it.
Other speakers? Councillor Elder.
I too think there's potential win-wins across the city, and so I think noting this and moving the work forward is a good idea.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lord.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to support this, but I do think that with these people, and no, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way, but what makes archives safe may not necessarily be to the standard that they're wanting. So we're not necessarily going to please them all the time, and I think that, as I understand it, the risks that they talk to are not necessarily as risky as they might have us believe.
Other speakers? Well, for my part, I'm just looking at the spreadsheet and the comment that staff are in early discussions with the museum. However, we're currently looking at our own facilities to move archives to a more secure and accessible location. And I am aware that some work has been done. But I do recall that some of you may not be aware that the old county councils, and in particular I'm aware of the Otago Peninsula, I think it was called County Council in those days, lost all of its records due to flood. And so when you come to do a consent, that is a considerable issue for some of the buildings. And the archives people made the comment that these archives are important for consenting purposes. But I also, on a personal note, some of my family history is in there. So, you know, they are important in terms of the social history of this city as well. So this will note and encourage staff. It gives a mandate to staff to continue that work. I think we all acknowledge it's important work. There may be different perceptions of what is needed, and there seems to be around the table a view that that collaborative approach may be a useful one. Handing back to you, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I really, as I said before, this motion is just to confirm that these people have been heard, and that we now have that we ask for a report back, that we know where things are at, to be updated on this, which actually it doesn't say there. Maybe we need to, but I mean that goes without saying. I assume do we have to put in there, our CEO Sandy? Do we have to put note in there that we need it reported back, or I'm just making the assumption it will be if this gets passed? No, that's fine. And so to Councillor Vandervis's question around that, I think the staff, it'll be an operational matter now once it leaves this motion, if it gets passed. And I think it would be beneficial to do as widely as possible without, your... I like your enthusiasm. However, I think to call for staff to contact every single, all stakeholder groups of, that have archives is probably going too far. But I think certainly it makes sense for the council to collaborate with other people who are having issues with storage and shared archive. And particularly my feeling is around the museum, that we can certainly do something. I know they're looking for something, and apparently Hocken, and actually Jeanette might know about this, but I think they're also looking for space. So it is an issue for a lot of organisations around the city. So I think it is definitely beneficial to collaborate on this, and it is a problem for not just us, but a lot of people. I don't know whether they've all got leaky pipes around their archives, but there's certainly a space issue.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to take the vote. Don't think it's necessary to take by division, but all those in favour? And those against? That's carried. I'll hand back to His Worship, and here he comes.
That's fine. I'm just trying to work through the syntax of this. There is a seconder. I've got no issue with the the question's not around the intention. The question's around the wording. That the council notes that council staff. Okay, that makes enough sense for all parties. It's been moved by Councillor Wiley and seconded by Councillor Elder. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I think the key thing that really, it was nice to see Otago Cricket present this to us, especially when they make it clear that they're committed to the full cost of the build. And I think that's a big part of it. It's to be built by September 2022. So I can live with the date around the report on options to council by December 2021. Hopefully that will be easier. They did make reference to if it was going to be the Tahuna site, they would need assistance with water and power. From what I can understand, there's already accessibility to that in that area. I'm not going to get site specific. I'm not going to say Tahuna, even though it is an ideal site, but I think it's more about the case of progressing this and basically you're getting the runs on the board to say.
Runs on the board.
Further speakers? Councillor Elder.
Yeah, I just commend Otago Cricket for this, actually. It's a great initiative. Logan Park is quite packed full of stuff and activities, and it's very difficult in a competing environment to get a good space that people can use freely. So I think this is great. I think it's quite well drained there as well, and there's parking there. So it also helps that it's close next to South Dunedin, so it actually gives South Dunedin a bit more recreational asset, and that Tahuna Park has got the possibility of actually being used more, so really happy about it.
Noting that the resolution is neutral on where such a facility might end up, but it's noted. Thank you. Councillor Van Ivers.
I've forgotten what kind of financial imperative there is associated with continue to work with Otago Cricket. Can someone enlighten me as regards what sort of costs we're looking at annually for this? I don't remember the submission.
My recollection of the submission they made both this year and last year was that they weren't after money so much as space and the ability to connect to services in this regard.
So a land area with connections.
To put it, basically. But that it has been evolving in the time that they've been planning it.
Look, and requesting that staff actually bring a report back will help clarify exactly what it is that cricket is trying to achieve and what they want from us, because at the minute I think it's not entirely clear.
Wouldn't build it out of glass.
Councillor Lord wouldn't build it out of glass, and if it's a permanent greenhouse, I would say that I could imagine a way in which it could be self-funding.
Further speakers, Councillor Hall.
The presentation said it was coming out of Canada, and it was a plastic shade house with roll-up roof and roll-up sides, so it can be opened right up with a grass floor, and they can open it up to the weather and close it up when they need to. Fully retractable sides and all.
Are you speaking in support of the motion or against it, Councillor? Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Wiley?
No, I think it's all really covered off. But I think the key is that when we look at the amazing cricket events that are going to come forward and the need for a facility, with especially the Women's World Cup, etc., I think the key I like is the fact, and what's been touched on, is actually Otago Cricket are going to fund it.
All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Before we get any further, the Chief Executive would like to offer some insight.
I just draw councillors' attention to line 32 on the spreadsheet and the staff comment there. We currently have an annual budget for maintaining community halls, and that's done in an organised way where we prioritise the needs of the various halls and have a program of work for how we remedy them. And the Mosgiel Hall would be considered in the round along with all of the other community halls.
And can I ask, because I'm aware that we received government funding for work on community halls in the last year. I'm assuming that the beneficiaries of that wouldn't be high up the priority list for our own ongoing investment in those facilities that...
The money that came in via COVID funding for community halls was not for seating and heating. It was for exterior works, I think.
Didn't realise it was quite so focused. Okay, that's fine. Councillor Barker.
I had the same question.
Yeah.
Can I ask a clarification of
Councillor
the
Beasley, yeah.
So can you complete this statement then, Sandy? Were we to support this, that would be queue jumping in the sequence of the monitoring the work program that property are doing, or not?
This would increase the budget, which is already $500,000 for our community halls, to $700,000, with $200,000 being earmarked for a specific hall outside of that program of work.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. And is there any demand from staff for an increase in that the hall maintenance budget? No.
The budget that has been settled on is adequate for the program of work that we've got planned.
Councillor Reddick.
There is currently $500,000 per year in the operating budget, yes.
So it's been moved by Councillor Houlihan. Is there a seconder? It lapses for want of a seconder. Thank you, Councillor. One more. It's the last one for the day, and then Journal reconvene tomorrow at 9. It's been moved by Councillor O'Malley. It's fine.
Sorry.
Every time I can read one, I feel youthful. And seconded by Councillor Walker. Councillor O'Malley.
you. This one, as you see, it's asking to report back for the next annual plan. The Port Chalmers Foundry Trust has been working with council up till now, but I feel wants to really up the speed of the interaction. And a reason that I feel that we have an obligation here to the Sims building is that for whatever reason, and good or whatever at the time, we took the roof off it, and it is affected by the weather damage that it is now under, and I feel that we have some responsibility to a building that we basically took the roof off of. So I think the Foundry Trust is the only trust really that is looking to do something with that building, and I know they've already interacted with staff, so this is really just specifically as it says, continue work with them and have come back to the annual plan so that we can decide whether or not it gets a budget item.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. Thank you to the mover as well. I guess speaking to this, I think the LTP, unfortunately, has probably come a wee bit too early for this project. And I do feel for the catch-22 that the trust is caught in essence, they need an assurance re the status of the land and the building prior to going out to fund a detailed, well-resourced project brief with indicative drawings and data outlining potential uses and income, etc., to make it a truly viable project. And it's become increasingly obvious to me via many conversations that 700k in this process is just too much of an ask at this juncture. This is, of course, I don't know how many of you have been out there. It's a special building. It's a historical building and one of the few remaining buildings that speaks to Port Chalmers' extensive historical past, and I do want to see a future use for the building. Therefore, I hope that you will support this and keep working with the Foundry Trust to look at some viable, workable option at some point hence. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Bark.
Thank you, Worship. I support this motion. I think it's really important that we work with the Port Chalmers Foundry Trust to see what we can do with the Sims building. It's a pity that the roof was taken off. We are, of course, the heritage capital of New Zealand, and we do need to look after our heritage.
Sorry, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. The concern I have about this, I will support this motion, but I do have a concern in that we have had reports before. We know why the roof was taken off, but perhaps some of the newer councillors, because they weren't here for that process, won't be informed by that. But I feel like we're kicking down the road quite a number of things to deal with later, and my feeling is we do have a lot of information and knowledge about this, but I take the point that Councillor Walker made about the timing, and they do seem very well organised and further along the tracks, so I'm prepared to support this.
Councillor O'Malley.
It's just one more comment to this, and that is that this is a hail site regardless. So even if the building was to be taken down, a lot of the remediation work would have to get done anyway, and I think that was one of the things that the Port Chalmers Foundry Trust were making. So I think, again, this is a good one to bring back into focus and know that the council is focused on this issue, and we look forward to progress. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? That's agreed. That was far faster than I thought it was going to be. So we'll push on, and we have two appear, so we might as well deal with them both, of mountain biking related proposals. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's in the name of Councillor Wiley. Nothing from staff. Okay. seconded by Councillor Elder. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. We had two submissions from Mountain Biking Otago. One was around asking for, requesting $40,000 per annum to develop new tracks, and the additional one was basically asking the annual maintenance grant from $30,000 be increased to $80,000 from existing parks and recreation budgets. Knowing how this meeting's progressing, I couldn't see us being able to move both of these across the line, but I do believe that the amount of work that Mountain Biking Otago is doing is extremely strong. They're hitting it out of the park in the sense of what they're bringing back to the city in asset value, and by requesting an increase of the maintenance from $30,000 to $80,000, and informing them that's also to include the development of new tracks, I think is a win-win for the city.
Further speakers? Councillor Elder.
I think this is a big reduction in the amount that they did request, and I think it's suitable because, in fact, if you look at how many volunteer hours to build one of the best uphill tracks in New Zealand, which is 14,000 hours they use, 8,000 from the club, 6,000 working with PD. We also get the service of one of the best mountain bike track builders for nothing, and that is Hamish Seaton, who did the Paparoa track and the Alps to Ocean. So he gives his services for free. The amount of people using the tracks is 2,000 to 3,000 a week, and that includes runners, mountain bikers, walkers, etc. And during some of the deliberations, I asked some young people how they coped with COVID-19, and they both said walking, and one of them mentioned Signal Hill. And this hill actually provides an amazing mental health and physical health and well-being, not just for the whole city, because it's 10 minutes away from anywhere, but particularly for the university and Polytech who are located there. There's lots and lots of students who use this for health and well-being. The plans they have for the future will develop the tracks. So to give you an example, we had the Oceana mountain bike event, which attracted mountain bikers from all over the world, and also attracted photographers and things like that. So as a tourist potential, it is huge. Queenstown makes 25 million a year income from it, and it employs 297 direct jobs and 38 indirect jobs. In Nelson it employs 79 and it makes 4.5 million. Rotorua, it creates 210 full-time jobs and creates 29 to 47 million for those places. And if you look at the amount of shops around mountain biking in Dunedin, it is already employing a good number of people. So I commend this to you for, one, for health and wellbeing for our own city, but two, for the economic value it brings to our city as well.
Further speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I certainly support this, and I see more and more people using mountain bikes and those tracks in particular. I know a few that do. But one of the things I've noticed is that there are more and more people using recreational bikes and getting out on the weekends. And what inevitably happens with that is that they then start using their bikes on a regular weekly basis to go to work in order to be fitter for their recreational activity. So the point I'm making is this is the thin end of the wedge for increasing mode shift, so it really helps the city achieve its carbon zero goals. But not only that, the other thing that hasn't been mentioned, I know several people that have come to town especially to use the tracks, in particular Signal Hill, but the whole range of tracks that we have around Dunedin. And so we're getting more and more domestic tourists coming to town to use our network of tracks. So I think this serves a multitude of functions for the city, so I think it's a relatively inexpensive thing for us to fund, especially given the amount of volunteer work that goes into it and the labour that they put in, the volunteers put in to increase those tracks and keep them maintained. And when they did come and make the presentation to us here, it was very easy to see from the photographs and images they presented just exactly how much work they're doing, which is quite enormous on a volunteer basis.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to the mover and seconder. It's a hard one for me, and I always feel conflicted being a regular daily cyclist and having the surname Walker. It's getting late. There's absolutely no doubt, undoubtedly this group does absolutely amazing work. That's just not in question. We see the results of that all over the city. And cycling as a leisure pursuit and a tourist income generator is, whether we like it or not, is just growing exponentially around the world, in New Zealand and in Dunedin. That ain't going to change. I don't actually think people are truly cognizant of the way cycling is growing, and someone around this table would probably take me to task on that comment, but it's happening. We ain't changing it. The question is, do we want to invest in it and leverage off of it? And that's why I guess I will support this, but I'll also foreshadow if it does fail, I would like to put a subsequent motion recommending a lesser amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hall.
I support this, but what I'd also like to see is that council staff talk to Mountain Bike Otago to see if they are interested in doing maintenance on our tracks, seeing they do such a high quality. Would they be interested in tendering for maintaining tracks to give them extra money and extra income?
Councillor O'Malley.
Which to me gets to the point again that we need to be doing this in a more structured manner. And so I do agree that Mountain Bike Otago does do a good job, and they're very efficient and cost effective in the quality of the work, but even they admitted that after making the tracks they have trouble getting people who want to maintain them. So do we have a policy how does this fit into our tracks policy in general, and how does it fit into what we're doing in terms of our recreation policy? So noteworthy and good group.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I would just like to thank Councillor Elder for her tireless work in this area. She is a huge advocate for cycling and walking tracks, and she tries them all out. She is an adventure granny, I tell you, or Nana. She's tearing around there. She's, at a good age and running around the place on her bike, and I think it's really impressive to see such passion. So thank you for your passion, and I hope that the mountain bike fraternity appreciate it.
The undisputed master of the compliment, Councillor Lofiso.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship. I'd also like to thank the mover and seconder for putting it on the agenda. However, I do take cognizance of Councillor Barker and Councillor O'Malley's points, and in this particular item, I think I agree in some respects with Councillor Vandervis's point about funding groups that are already being funded. And this is not to denigrate any of the people or the work that they're doing. But for me, strategically, the reason that I supported community grants funding or whatever we did, and community place-based funding, or no, I sat back. But what I'm saying is, for me, it's about need, urgency of need. And these people are so dedicated and so awesome that they will continue to do the mahi whether we resource them or not, compared with people who are doing it hard. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, I won't be supporting an increase in the grant, but I do want to talk to Councillor O'Malley's point, and in the very good submission from the Mountain Biking Otago, they did ask in points 5 and 6, we support the Dunedin Trails Trust and ask that the DCC work with the Trust to develop trail projects. And then point number 6, ask that the DCC work with Mountain Biking Otago to maintain, enhance and link existing trails around Dunedin, and they do quote the Parks and Recreation Strategy and do ask to work for the DCC, so that was quite positive to see in their submission.
Councillor Vandervis.
I agree with Councillor Laufiso. Mountain biking is fabulous. They've done wonderful things up above Logan Park there, and I've been really impressed, especially with the quality of their bridges, the corner design, and the facilities that really do get well used. And I also know that they've been very good at raising funds and getting help from contractors to supply gravel and all sorts of things that they need. They're doing a fabulous job. Do we really need that many more cycleway trails around Dunedin? Are they completely overused at the moment? I'm not so sure. $50,000 is a lot of money for some people. The cycle trails that the mountain bikers are producing will continue to be expanded and will continue to be used with or without this $50,000. I think there are better places where the $50,000 could and should go.
Further speakers? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. It's been heartening to hear all the views around the table. But again, when you read through the submission from the Mountain Biking Otago, I sort of find it a little bit frustrating at times hearing how people line it up. I cannot think of a better free asset in the city. And I think of it in golf terms. You know, a golf club, you pay a membership, you go and use it. And when we think of this asset, Mountain Biking Otago don't have a membership. There's no way for someone to pay a green fee and go and ride the tracks. And so when you look at all the work that they're doing and around why they're here asking for money, it is because they want to give back. They want to improve the asset. 1,500 users per week, all ages. It's internationally regarded. It's a great asset for our city cycle infrastructure. It all comes together with everything else, with our plans. The quality of tracks, as been noted, are outstanding. Again, it's free to use. So as you think about $50,000 increase, don't penalise this organisation for the great work they do. They are investing in the asset, they are bringing people to town, and a lot of our local residents are loving them. So please support it on that basis.
Kia ora, Councillor. I'll take the vote by division.
Councillor Barker? No. Councillor Benson-Pope?
No.
Councillor Elder?
Yes.
Councillor Gary?
Yes.
Councillor Hall? Yes. Councillor Houlihan?
Yes.
Councillor Lafiso?
No.
Councillor Lord?
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley?
No.
Councillor Raddick?
Yes.
Councillor Staines?
No.
Councillor Vandervis?
No.
Councillor Walker?
Yes.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Your Worship?
Aye.
The motion is carried 9-6.
Thank you. Next.
Next banner up.
Last one this time, I promise.
Did you say there was 2 mountain biking ones? Waikaiti, okay, yep. Oh yes, found it. Councillor Elder, you read it this time.
The Waikaiti Coast Community
Hold on.
Board. I'm happy to move.
Yeah, it's been moved by Councillor Elder, that's fine. But,
Sorry.
from any comment from staff around how this fits into an existing work program or not? No?
All I can advise is park staff have been working with the community board to try and find a suitable location for this facility.
So the provision of bike parks or skate parks or whatever that's not within the scope of the parks review that is forthcoming?
It is, but because the community board had initially indicated they would fundraise for this, council staff worked with them to identify a site.
Oh, so the work was undertaken by staff on the grounds that there was no request for funding for it?
That is correct.
And that appears to have changed. That's fine. Council, it's been moved by Councillor Elder. Is there a seconder? Seconded Councillor Wiley. Councillor Elder.
So the reason I moved this is because the community board had worked on this a number of years ago of creating a bike park after the bike school had gone to the community school and worked with them on giving the community bike schools. The problem is there are no safe places for those children or young people in that community to actually go and practice these skills. And so they have approached us for this because, in fact, the plan was there, but it failed because of lack of support. And they are asking to resurrect this project so the young people in their community have a safe place to practice their bike skills. And so that's why and they are willing to mostly part fund this through the community. They are presently working with Parks and Recreation on the land, but I believe that community board has requested some money for play space, which comes into the play plan, but this is over and above that. And I believe this is a good news story, or could be a good news story, working in conjunction with all like Oceana Gold or the poultry farm or Waikaiti Engineering to produce a really high quality track for those young people and children of Waikaiti coast community to enjoy. So that's why I'm supporting this through that.
Councillor Hall.
At the present time, the landfill is being covered and closed. Would that not be a good area to talk to the Waikaiti? Because all of our sports fields are on closed landfills, to give them an area in which to form a track.
The suggestion has been left in the ether and will be absorbed as is necessary by those ears who need to hear it. Further speakers? Well, I'll speak to this. I can't support this, not because I don't think it's a worthy project, and in due course in the through the annual plan process or subsequent budget meetings, I might. But I think this is an instance where I think going down a particular path in parallel to a wider strategic piece of work that is looking at all of these assets, and I have similar feelings about the submissions well made by the skateboarding groups and others who certainly deserve support as well, but I would rather that work be prioritised and therefore funded on the back of the Parks Review work, which will be reporting back to us soon, certainly soon enough to inform the creation of our draft budgets for the next annual planning process. So absolutely a noble goal to support cycle training for young people and to invest in recreational assets on the north coast, but my view is that we should defer any decision about those sorts of investments and those sorts of requests until they can be considered in the round across the city. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I think rather like the many submissions we had on the public toilet review, and we have had for some time, everybody would like the one where they want it. It is good to fit this into an overall plan and strategy rather than allocating funds on an ad hoc basis, even though I think it's a very worthy cause, but there are many communities with similar worthy causes, so it's good to have that overall plan. And I'd just like to go back to the public toilet answer that we got back from the staff, which is really good.
Further speakers? Councillor Gary.
I want to thank the mover and seconder for bringing this to us, which has prompted a discussion, and it reminds us in some of the semi-rural areas of our city that it's really tough on kids to get skills around even crossing the road safely, where there's no footpaths, and bike skills where there's nowhere safe to bike. I live in such a community, and the difference, the opportunity for giving kids those skills is really important. So thank you for raising this, but I too feel there's some work to be done before we get to this point, and I'll be voting against it on that basis, but would certainly consider at some later stage if it comes before us and staff have had a chance to do their overarching work.
I just have a question of clarification for Mr. West, just around whether this work is, given that it was happening in parallel, whether it is included in the Parks Review, or whether the inclusion of it would require a consequential motion of council to send it in that direction.
So bike parks in general are included, pump tracks included in that piece of work. Whether this one would, there are several requests and suggestions as to where they may be across the city. Whether this one would be the number 1 priority or the number 5 priority, I can't answer that at this stage.
I'm not asking that. I'm just making sure that it is included in the consideration, as opposed to requiring us to have it included by way of resolution.
So the staff are really clear because they've been working with the community board on it for some time, so they are aware of it.
Thank you, that's helpful. Further speakers? Councillor Elder.
I'm glad this is noted because, in fact, this community has been looking for this for a long time, perhaps about 10 years, I think they've been working on this, and why I put this forward is that we need to be cognizant of our community's requests and think of the broader good of the whole of Dunedin, and sometimes it's easy to forget our small towns and villages across our area, and it's really important when you think of the youth and also their bike skills, and we're wanting to move people into using bikes more often. To be competent and confident on biking, you need to practice your bike skills, and so I'm really keen that this is noted and taken forward in the plan.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? No? That is lost. It is 10 to 4. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting until 9 a.m. Thursday morning. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Those against? Not sure. But we'll think about how we can manage that.